Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It is Tuesday. I hope everybody had a good start to the week yesterday. Let's make sure. Oh, probably shouldn't have closed that down until that was making sure that that worked. Like you could double check, make sure that YouTube is working properly, because it oftentimes does not want to work properly. So let's see if people file into YouTube and make sure that that's all working. But let's get into it. We're going to have a fun day. Let me see what we're doing today, actually. I'm waiting to hear from Gith to see if he's going to be on. Let's see. Is this the right way? Am I going the right way? No, we got to go this way. I'm all lost. I'm lost, man. Let me get a pop-out window here of YouTube, because it looks like YouTube's not doing anything yet, but we'll see. Chat. Pop out. There we go. Okay, we got to pop out a chat in YouTube, so we'll verify if it's working right or not working right. Ah! Just dropped my phone. Dropped my phone on the floor. Smart. So smart. He's a genius. All right, let's get rid of some of these real quick. We got leather scraps, padding. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. The lag is horrific. The lag, the latency. I can't even put my stuff down. Reload inventory. Nope. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So that fixed that for now. What is this? Want to sell Words of the Crusader Priest. Ooh. Ooh, my. Oh, my. Okay, let's get rid of all the imperfect gems, because we don't really need those anymore. We're going to keep the perfect, or not, they're not perfect, but they are those. Let's see. Carnelian, Amber, Diamond, Wolf's Eye. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the rest. Anything that's not... Oops, those aren't... Not what I'm looking for. There we go. Carnelian. Cat's Eye. So let's do that. Imperfect. We'll get rid of those. Okay. So we're going to get rid of the imperfects. If you're looking for imperfect gems, I'm going to be having them on the merchant here shortly. Actually, right now. We're going to go do that right now. Clear out inventory. Man, oh man, oh man. I hate doing inventory. Didn't like it at my day job. Don't like it in the virtual world. Sell. Yes. Sell. Sell. Yes. These might be good gems for people. Might want to check them out. Do, do, do. Good morning. Busy at work, so I can say, just want to say hi. Have a good day, everyone. What's going on, Craft? Thank you so much for popping in, bud. I appreciate it. We'll be here if you have time to pop in and say hello or chat for a minute. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you. Gold ore. I don't need any of that. Iron ore. I don't need any of that either. Platinum bar. Platinum ore. I could use some of that. But that's 10 silver each? Wow. Platinum is expensive. That's crazy. Well, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. No, 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 no. Death? Death? Oh, I forgot. I have all the names turned off. Let's turn names back on. I turned them off from yesterday. Is that under interface? Yeah. Show client names. First, last, and guild. Okay, let's see. What else do we need to do here? Boink, boink. Let's grab iron root. This. What do we have? Astral powder, astral powder. We have 20 arcane left. I need an alchemy bag. Yowzas! Place that. Spark of magic. I don't need this. We'll grab that. We'll grab that. We'll grab that. We'll grab that. Bone ash. This can go down here. Ah, get in there. Okay, so let's grind. Let's grind these out. Holy moly. The latency, the lag. Yo, what's going on, everybody? How are you doing? All right, good. We are getting chat from YouTube, so we've checked that. I'm going to go ahead and close that down. I know you're all in on Monsters and Memories, but I was wondering if you're looking forward to the reset in Pantheon and giving that a try again. I know you weren't particularly happy. Yeah, I'm not really happy with Pantheon at the moment. I am keeping an eye on it. You know, I much prefer when people come in and they say basically what you just said. And they present it in that way. You know, like it's not that I don't like Pantheon or that I don't want them to be successful. I absolutely like them and I want them to be successful. I just, you know, I don't like the way the company has gone about doing things. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. I don't plan on playing it necessarily, but I will be keeping an eye on it, is the short version of that. So, yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Do we have boots? Okay, I need a boot. We're going to take that, stick it there. What else? What else do we have? Helmet. I've got mask. All right, we could get a new mask. So we'll do that. Belt. Gloves I have. Cloak. I think I have something, yeah. And then belt agility, belt strength. Okay, so we're good there. Make sure we've got everything here. One bone ash. Okay, so we'll put that there. Moon Veil. We'll put over here. Enchanted Frond. Bye-bye. Nomad's Grace. Strangle. Okay. Moonveil powder, strangle powder. We'll put those in there for now. We're going to work on some alchemy at some point. I don't know when we'll work on it. Let's give this away to somebody. Let's find a victim. I'm going to keep my Stein, though. I kind of want to keep my Stein. We're going to find a victim to dump this necklace on. Who will it be? Mwahaha. Nobody knows. We're also going to find a victim to dump this bracer on. Let's find somebody here. Who are you? What level are you? Who hyper? What level and class? 15 Inquisitor? Looks good. Here, have this. There you go. Now, let's see if we can find a spellcaster. Low-level caster. Good afternoon. It's you? Well, there you go. You're welcome. Who is this? Level 35. Let's find somebody lower. That's a Beastmaster. A Ranger. Hmm. $18 Druid. That'll work. Let's see if they're available. If they're here. There you go. Take that, Twigs. I will miss when they remove Waffle House, where I am. We need computer users to clog the road. I don't. What is WFH? Is that Waffle House? That's what I see it as. Hey, and they gave me a sal for it. Yay! Work from home. I mean, Waffle House, work from home, same thing, right? Same thing. Yeah, when they remove work from home from some places, like they're starting to do it. It's starting to be less and less of a thing. I'd like Waffle House work from home. Yeah, go to Waffle House and work there. Work from Waffle House. WFW. Mine went the opposite. No one is coming in, so they downsized the office to save money. Yeah, I mean, some companies are doing that. Some companies aren't, you know. I'm curious what's going to end up happening. Very curious. All right, we got agility for boots. Let's put this on the boots. And then we have a dexterity for the mask. Let's put this on the mask. But yeah, some companies are doing it. Some companies aren't. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with that. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Like, my girlfriend's company started doing that where they wanted people to come back. But one of the people that she works with, so like, she lives in a different state than where her company is located. So she can't really go in. And they hired her based on work from home. So can't really ask her to come in. I mean, I guess they could lay her off and hire somebody else if they wanted to, but hopefully they don't. Yeah, somebody else that she works with lives nearby and was with the company prior to the whole work from home thing. And they have asked that person to come back into work, but that person's like, yeah, I like coming into work. I come into work anyway. So they're doing like a hybrid, you know, 2 or 3 days in the office and then 2 or 3 days home or whatever. All right. Do. Okay. Let's see. Literally quit my my job over it. Just got a new job. Back to work from home. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get it. Nobody really wants to work in the office anymore these days. And I'm not really gonna say that you should. A lot of jobs you don't need to work in an office. Like, why do I need to go into an office? Why do I need to sit in traffic? So when I used to work in corporate office type jobs, I would sit in traffic for 45 minutes to an hour each way. So it would add an hour and a half to 2 hours to my day every single day on top of my 8-hour work shift, and it's like 10 hours out of my day was working. I get it on the side of the company. They want people to be in the office, to be able to like it. There's something about that, right? Being able to just pop your head into an office and be like, hey, blah, 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 and just talk about things and then pop out. You don't have to make it an email. You don't have to make it a phone call. You don't have to do all that kind of stuff. So I get it. But at the same time, like, you're wasting 2 hours of my day for me just to drive in and out of the office. Like, most things that I can do, well, for my old job, though, where I worked, I was in the warehouse. The one that I'm particular talking about, where I had to drive 2 hours each day. I couldn't do my job out of the office. That job. I could do stuff on the computer from home, but I actually physically had to go and find things in the warehouse. So that, I couldn't do that. But, yeah. Middle managers try to justify their existence. Yeah, they do. I think middle managers really, those are the jobs, like, it's kind of weird. I think there should be some sort of manager area there, but when you have like Office Space, the movie Office Space, I've got 4 bosses or whatever he said, he's got 4 different people telling him to do different things. And it's like, you don't need all of that. That's unnecessary. It's very much unnecessary. So anyway, cities are asking for it, so people spend in stores nearby too. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. CEO love to work on site because they have a chauffeur drive their limo. Well, yeah, I mean the super ultra rich that have somebody to drive them into the office after normal traffic hours. They drive into the office between like 9 and 10 a.m. rather than 7 a.m. when the rest of us are driving in. Then they also leave early, in the afternoon. They take like a 2-hour long lunch, and then they leave early from the afternoon, and then they call it a day. They don't have to sit in the traffic like we do. They just don't understand what we have to go through. All right, let's do that. Let's do tailoring. Well, tailoring, should I? Let me look here. Let me see what my linen bolts. Linen bolts are still red, so we're not going to do linen bolts yet. We're going to keep doing scraps or linen, whatever it is. $195. We're moving up in this world. We can get rid of these scraps. I don't need those. Wait, are those... Hang on, what? No. Scraps are what we need, not... Yeah, I was thinking of something else. Let's see, what does that give us? Cotton bolt. What? Cotton bolt. There we go. We want one of those. Okay. I think we're good. Let's go up here. You're being paid for your knowledge. A lot of times you're being paid. As someone working corporate work from home, 100% the truth is the higher positions you have, the less work you actually do. Oh, yeah. 100%. It's the less work you actually do. The people at the bottom work way harder. As you get more educated with whatever it is that you're doing, you work less, but you're there just to give your knowledge. Like I heard a story about somebody one time where the guy got a new job. He was there, 9 to 5 type job. It was, 5:05 in the evening. Boss pops in and he's like, "Hey, why are you here?" And he goes, "Oh, I came in a few minutes late today. I just figured I would stay here till a little after 5, to make up for the time that I came in a few minutes late because of whatever reason, like doctor's appointment, whatever the reason he was." And the guy goes, "Go home." This is the guy's boss. He's like, "Go home. I'm not paying you to be here at specific times. I'm paying you because of your knowledge. Like, I'm paying you to literally just because of your knowledge. I don't care if you're here." Like, literally told the guy, "No, you need to be here when I need you to be here. Otherwise, I don't need you here." And it's very, very true. Very, very true. Ba, 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 ba. I pay you to be here when I need you to answer questions. Exactly. Also, downtime in the office, he was socializing. That's the other thing. That's another thing I was actually going to say before I got sidetracked with other stuff. Another thing that my girlfriend, I've noticed with her in her job currently, is they often have, I'm going to call them silly phone calls or frivolous phone calls or Zoom meetings or whatever. Because I hear them talking. Like, I hear, she's on her work calls or whatever, and I hear them talking. And I'm just like, do y'all really need to have a call for that? And honestly, what it is they want to be able to socialize, and they don't get to socialize because they're not in an office. So they don't get to have that downtime where they just kind of chat, And it feels bad. You have a quality mic, not headset. Why is that? Why do you think I don't have a quality headset? This headset is honestly the best headset I've ever used, and that's why I've owned, golly, I don't know how many. I'm on my third or fourth one. I recommend this headset to everyone for multiple reasons. It is a quality headset. Just because it's inexpensive doesn't mean it's not quality. In fact, I specifically buy this headset over other headsets because I've tried expensive ones. It's kind of like chairs to me. I have actually had one of those super expensive $1,200 chairs. And didn't like it. Actually returned it. I was like, nope, I don't want that chair. Not comfortable. You've had my headset? That's how you know? So then you know it's a quality headset. Dollar chicken nuggets from McDonald's is great. Inexpensive is the best. I mean, right? Yeah. This head, so I don't need to justify it by any means, but the reason I use this headset, there's two main reasons that I like it. Because it's lightweight, so I don't feel like it's on my head. Well, it's actually multiple reasons, but it's lightweight. Like it doesn't feel heavy. Another one is it's tight on my head without crushing my skull. So I can move my head around and it doesn't fall off. Another reason is the ear holes right here. They don't touch my ear. They literally don't touch my ear at all. It goes completely around my ear, so it doesn't push my ear against my head and make it uncomfortable. Those are the main reasons. I could hear sounds just fine. It sounds good to me. And that's what matters. You know, as long as I can hear what I want to hear, that's all that matters. So yeah, this is a fantastic headset. I absolutely love the Cloud 2. Cloud 2 specifically. They're on like the Cloud 3, 3S Plus, whatever, I don't even know. I won't buy the new ones because I don't like them. I don't care if it's newer technology and it's better sound and better whatever. It's the comfort level to me. Comfort is way more important. Way more important. The sound is good, right? Sound is good. But the comfort, man. When you go from HyperX to Bayer Dynamic, you realize there's levels. Yeah, but there's levels of chairs too, like I already said. Right? There's levels of chairs. There's levels of everything. Doesn't make them better. It literally doesn't necessarily make them better. A lot of things you pay more for a name. Is Fighter your main? Yeah. Oops. Ah! I aggroed stuff. Alright, we're taking this down to the... I'm not going to try to fight these. If you like the drivers for your headset, that's all that matters. If you like the drivers... That's not what matters. For somebody that plays video games and streams and has a headset on for upwards of 10 to 12 hours a day, comfort matters. Comfort. More than anything else. Comfort. I have tried many different headsets, ranging from $50 up to... I think the most expensive one I bought was like $300. And tried those out. The only headset I like are these. I'm serious. Like I am not paid, sponsor. This microphone, that's a sponsorship. They gave me this microphone for free. That's why I have an expensive microphone. If I was buying it myself, I wouldn't have an expensive microphone. That is the reason I have this microphone. This headset is because I like it and I want to use it. Now, I'm not saying this microphone is bad. This is a very good microphone, but it was a sponsor. But you don't hear me talking about this microphone being amazing. You hear me talking about the headset being amazing. Because despite what people think, I am not a shill. I'm the opposite of that. If I like your product, I'll talk about your product. If I don't like your product, I won't talk about your product. Or I'll talk poorly about your product. I'll do that. If it's comfortable, works, does what he needs. Yeah, exactly. It's comfortable, it works, it does exactly what I need. That's all I care about. If I wanted to listen to something at like best quality, I would get, some good speakers. I wouldn't even use a headphone. I would get good speakers. Like, I do have some good earbuds. I have the Samsung earbuds. And when I listen to music or something, and I'm on my bike rides, I have, a really good set of earbuds for that. Same thing with tennis shoes, man. Tennis shoes, the same thing. I won't spend hundreds of dollars on a pair of tennis shoes. Won't do it. Like, I'll spend 60, 70 bucks on a pair of tennis shoes because they're comfortable. I spend $5 on t-shirts, $5, $10 on a t-shirt. I just, I don't see the reason in spending tons of money on things like that. Yeah. Just a shirt. Most on ears don't fit my ears, or they squeeze so hard I don't use them. Yeah, exactly, Slam Bits. That's why I use these. Get a pair. Try these. Like, I'm not kidding. The cups in these are bigger than my ear. They squeeze my head, but not too tightly, so they're comfortable. Dude, I don't even know what to tell you. I have another pair. In the other room, I have another pair of these. My son has a pair of these. And then I've had like a couple of other pairs of these. I recommend these to everybody. Absolutely everybody. Cloud 2s are where it's at. I've been using Cloud 2s for literally... Why is this guy still on me? I've been using Cloud 2s for 10 years or more. I love them. Absolutely. I even tried like the newer Cloud 3s, and I tried the I tried several of the other headsets. I am so lost right now. Promise if you went to DT 990 Pros with good sound card. Okay. You're really talking about sound cards in 2026? Are you serious? You would never go back to HyperX? It's comfort, dude. It's comfort. Literally, it's comfort. It has nothing to do with the sound quality. It's comfort. I found some weird shaped Corsair headphones. Ones that fit your ears best. They do? See, and exactly. Yeah, get some Corsair. I mean, I like Corsair. I've got a Corsair keyboard. I got a Logitech mouse. I mix and match. I'm not a brand snob. I get what A is affordable, and B fits my needs. Like I don't know. Yours is more sound than comfort? Okay, well. Wear a headset for 10 hours or more a day. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you just like to be uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like to be uncomfortable. I would much prefer to be comfortable. BenQ monitor, iBuyPower keyboard, and Logitech mouse. It's all. Yeah, if it works for you, it works for you. Why did we use DTO, have sound cards and computer, and now we don't need it? Well, a lot of it is because your headsets or whatever, they have like onboard sound now. A lot of it's built into software, so you don't need the hardware anymore. But like, if you get a good motherboard, they have built-in sound. Built-in like sound cards and stuff into them, or not sound cards, but built-in sound, like functionality, like in them. Like a good gaming motherboard. Like I would say, I honestly would recommend spending a little bit more on your motherboard and then not get a sound card. But that's me, right? When it comes to sound quality, sure, there's things like get some really good sounding, speakers or whatever. If I'm watching, an amazing movie you know, or something that really needs the sound, or if I'm playing, if I played something like, okay. Yeah, it's whatever, man. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just running around getting my mining up. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just do that. But yeah, like, I mean, honestly, like, that's just what it boils down to. Like, I like sound. I like high quality sound. Don't get me wrong. But when I want to listen to high quality sound, I will listen to high quality sound. And usually that's going to be only for, you know, short bursts. Like shorter durations when I'm watching a movie or listening to music or whatever. You know, if I'm wearing a headset for 10 hours, yeah, comfort all day long. I have surround sound on my TV. 90% of the things sound amazing, but there are some things I switch to TV because it works better. Well, yeah, that too. Like listening to the news, you don't need surround sound for your news. You know? That's how I look at it. The TV sound works just fine. I find with getting a good video card means the difference between being able to see and not be able to see in the dark without having stupid settings. I mean, yeah, a video card could do that, yeah. Yeah, you can adjust it. I mean, I've got a good video card. I don't know. Just don't go to the TV for news. Well, I don't go to the TV for news either, but I'm just saying, like, if you're listening to the news or you're just watching, like, a game show or something like that, who cares about the sound? Rawsick, nobody's debating with you the sound quality. Like, I'm not saying that this is the best sound quality. I never said that. No one is literally no one is debating with you the sound quality. So I don't know why you need to throw out there the ohms. Like, of course there's better sound quality out there. You could spend $200 or $300 on better sound quality. Sure, go for it. Not as comfortable. Not nearly as comfortable. Your headphones super comfortable? Mine are, yeah, mine are super comfortable. I love them. That's why I wear these. 100% the comfort level. You really love audio? And that's fine, right? That's fine. You can really love audio, and that's why you want to buy better audio headphones. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's picking on you for that. I'm not against it. If you want to have better audio for your stuff, go for it. Like, nobody's saying anything against it, dude. You seem to be offended that I'm wearing Cloud 2s. Like, I don't know why that offends you, but you seem very offended by it. Like I kicked your dog or something. I have some Audio Technicas I bought 6 years ago. You love them to death. There you go. Yeah. I mean, use what you want to use, guys. Like, whatever works for your needs. That's what matters. Yeah. To expand their minds. You're not expanding anyone's mind. Yeah. You're trying to tell people what your preference is, and you question their preference based on your preference. That's what you're doing. You can say, hey, why don't you use better, you know, or like a better sound, a better audio headphones or whatever, right? And then when they answer the question, because these are more comfortable, that answers your question. You don't have to continue with the, well, these are better sounding. These sound so much better. Well, I'm clearly I don't care about the sound. I care about I care about the comfort. Now, if you could tell me another pair of headphones that are more comfortable that I could wear for 10-hour days and have similar or better sound quality, then sure, let's talk about that. I will absolutely listen to that. But I do not care about your sound quality if they're not comfortable. I just don't. I use top of the line air fryer. Why don't you? Right. I own 2 air fryers. Actually, I think we own 3 air fryers because my girlfriend just bought a new one. And she did get a better one than what we had. It's like a double air fryer. It's got 2 drawers, so you can fry 2 things at once, and you can have them finish at the same time. So you start one and you sync it with the other one, and when they sync up, and then your food finishes all at once. You can have fries in one and chicken in the other, and cook them at different temperatures for different amounts of time. It's a whole thing. It's amazing. It's awesome. I love it. Anybody want all this stuff that I'm dropping on the ground? You're welcome to it. Clearly. I don't want an oven that can't air fry, right? Hey, what's up, Milos? No, we're just talking about headsets. Apparently, my headset is inexpensive and not high quality, I guess. Because somehow that matters. I don't know why it matters, but it matters. It clearly matters what I hear out of my ears. It's very, very important. It's very important. Matters to someone? It does matter to someone. It matters to someone. Peels, he did it again. Wait, what happened? I don't know. Have you considered that your headset is terrible, though, and you should feel bad about your life choices? Well, you know, I have considered that. And that consideration quickly went away when I did not care. Literally just do not care. Now, you know, when I may one day be like, hey, does anybody have a good quality headset that's just going to give me the best overall sound? At that point, please give me all of your suggestions. I would love to hear your suggestions. But, you know, right now, I'm comfortable. I like it. I like where I'm at. I'm digging my headset. It doesn't squish my ears. My friend the other day, literally, Stein, who was in, you know, one of my friends that I play with all the time, he was like, hey guys, I got to take my headset off a little bit. It's hurting my ears. And when he said that, I go, well, what kind of headset do you have? Because I recommend Cloud 2s because they're super comfortable. That's the reason I wear them. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe he likes to have better quality sound and he's willing to sacrifice his ears. Your suggestion is toss him in a bin? Okay. Your suggestion is noted. I will take that into consideration when I feel like spending a couple $100s on a new pair of headsets. Okay. I'm not like wealthy, guys. Like I don't have money just sitting around to buy a $200 pair of headphones. I don't. Just because I'm a content creator on Twitch doesn't mean I'm a millionaire. I know that a lot of people think that streamers and content creators just make tons of money and get like sponsorships from everybody, but we don't. We don't. I got very lucky with a sponsorship. Not even a sponsorship. Literally, this is a King this is the King Bee microphone from Neat Mics. I don't even think Neat Mics exist anymore. I don't even think that they may. I think they got bought out actually. But this is a King Bee microphone from Neat Mics. They came into my stream. They talked to me for a minute. I was using a oh my gosh, what was I using at the time? It was like one of the typical microphones that every content creator starts using, and it picks up every single noise everywhere, and it's a good starter mic, but it's all I could afford at the time. And they were like, "Hey, let me send you this other microphone." And I said, "Okay, I appreciate it." And they sent it to me, and you know, it's a microphone. It sits in front of my face, and it takes in my voice, and it sends it out to you all. So the quality of my microphone matters. I will say that matters, and it sits in the exact same place as my other microphone did, using the exact same mic arm. So I didn't have to spend any extra money. So it works out. But as far as my headset's concerned, that's comfort. That is 100% comfort for me. So far behind chat? Yeah, I'm very far behind chat. I haven't read it in a minute. Oh, how dare you be a budget gamer? I know, right? I'm not going to catch up on chat. I'm just going to keep... Yeah, I had a Yeti. That's what it was. Thank you, Cam. I appreciate it, bud. Yeah, I had a Yeti. I actually, yeah. And then a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, what microphone should I get starting out? This inexpensive microphone." I said, "Check out the Yeti. It's a good microphone. Just make sure it's quiet in your room." And he ended up getting a Yeti Snowball, which is a less expensive Yeti. That reminds me, what about the Yeti coolers and Yeti cups? Why would you get one of those over the Arctic ones or whatever? Which one holds your ice better? Are you going to pay the extra $10 or $20 or whatever for a Yeti over the Arctic? I have an Arctic and I have a Yeti. I have both. And now we have the Stanley ones, right? Aren't there Stanley ones as well? Man, like, why would I pay so much money just for a brand when it does the same thing? Yeti's abysmal. It's not great, but you got to get what you can afford, you know? Streamers are not wealthy when they first start, and they don't become wealthy. Like, do you think that the content creators out there, like streamers like myself, just have like thousands of dollars sitting around? Just like, okay, well, let me go buy a $5,000 computer, a $400 microphone, a $300 pair of headphones. You know, we don't have that kind of money sitting around. Are you crazy? One view equals $1 million. Exactly. 100%. How do you like your fighter class? What traits did you pick for your character? I like the fighter a lot. It's my favorite tank to play. I just don't like I don't like the other tanks that much. But the traits I picked were up here at the top. So here, I'll let you look at them. But yeah, I picked well, I can't zoom in, but yeah, we got those traits up here. So I got the fortitude trait, and then the other combat trait was shieldman. Those don't really matter that much. I would say the major combat trait can matter a little bit. You might want to get like the magic resistant trait. Some people say that min-maxing magic resistant is better. And in some ways I say that it probably is a little bit better, depending on what you're trying to do. And I personally might go magic resistant trait at the start of early access. I have not fully decided yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Asmongold does it, so why not me? Exactly, you know? Asmongold, man, he does it, and clearly he doesn't have any money. I mean, have you seen his room? He clearly doesn't have any money. Dude, Asmongold bought he bought another content creator that was a struggling content creator starting up during the Diablo 4, when Diablo 4 first released. He bought the guy like a $5,000 computer and sent it to him. Like, Asmongold's got money. He's got plenty of money. But, man, he should probably eat filet mignons every night. I don't know why he eats fast food all the time, because he clearly has money. Like, it's a preference, man. It's a matter of preference. It's funny. Why didn't you pick sound card as your primary fighter stat? Well, I can't even do this anymore. I don't know. He spent all his money on headphones? He probably did. He wants to be able to hear. He wants to be able to hear the clips that he's talking about very, very well. Because if he can't hear what they're saying, like every single detail, then he can't talk about the clip. When you grow up in a pig pen, slop is all you know? I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, I'm not here to pick on Asmongold. He kind of picks on himself. By the way, I met Asmongold in person back in 2019. Whenever I went to TwitchCon in 2018, 2019. This was before Asmongold, like when he was a big WoW streamer, but not like a worldwide phenomenon, right? I met him then. I was like, what the heck? What am I seeing? What am I... Yeah, I'm not going to pick on him, but I was confused, to say the least. I actually saw him in the partner lounge. I was just kind of hanging out in the partner lounge. I was actually down there just to get the free drinks and the free food. Seriously, I had zero money. I mean, I have zero money, but I was not a wealthy person by any means. And I didn't want to spend money on lunch and drinks. So I just went to the partner lounge and got free drinks and money, or free drinks and food. And yeah, he happened to be there just kind of sitting, walking around, talking to people. And yeah. Anyway. Moving on. Are there any fun farming experiences similar to headshotting or decap from EQ? No. I'm not even sure what that means. But no? I don't think so. Maybe if you could hear your mining better, you would get 250 faster. You know, maybe. Maybe. Let's see if we can hear the mining. Did I hit it yet? I can't hear it. No, I can hear it going clink, clink, clink. That's all I care about. In my opinion, if you're going to do a content thing, you should do as a side thing when you're ready to have skills and stories. It should not be who you are. Wait, what? If you're going to do the content thing, you should do it as a side thing when you already have a skill and stories. It should not be who you are. So you're saying that like you should just do it. Yeah, that's how I started out. I started out streaming and content creation just as fun, and I still do it just as fun. You know, for the most part. Can I turn it into a career? Sure, I would love to. I would absolutely love for this stream and my YouTube to just absolutely blow up into something much, much bigger. Dude, that would be a dream come true. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. You know, chances of that happening are slim. But could it happen? Sure, it could. Just like Niche Worlds Cult and Monsters and Memories. They started that out 5 years ago as a dream and just kind of like a, hey, this is going to be a fun side project. Give us something to do. That is the exact same thing I did with my streaming. 100% same exact thing. Rangers did headshotting, and berserkers were able to decapitate, which was cool. It's very cool, yeah. You know, they did talk about that briefly, I think, with like archers and having aimed shots. I'm not going to say it won't happen, but I don't think it's going to happen, but it might, because they have talked about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and kill this guy and get him out of the way for 10 minutes. Drives me insane when I see 18-year-olds who just want to dive face first into content creation. They need a skill or a passion other than look at me first. Yeah, exactly, Westmore. I see that all the time. I've actually had a lot of my friends' parents contact me about that. Believe it or not. I don't talk about it a whole lot because it's kind of personal between my friends and their kids. But my friends' parents are starting to get to be, teenagers. And they want to start doing content creation. And they're like, hey, how do I get started? What should I do? I want to stream on Twitch. I want to, whatever. And I'm like, if you want to do it, go for it. Have fun with it. But don't let it consume your life. And it's very hard to do. Like, I probably let it consume my life more than I should. But it's very hard for people to do. To be honest, if you want to do content creation, it has to consume your life. At least in the beginning, until you get it going. It's going to take up a lot of your time. You're not allowed to turn it off. You're not allowed to not make content until you get big, right? Like you have to always be on and available. Always. Until you hit it big, and then you can make content. Then you can do what like Asmongold or Dr. Disrespect or even Co-Carnage does, where they can just hop on for an hour-long stream, and people tune in. Or they can hop on for a 10-hour-long stream and people tune in. It doesn't matter when they stream or what they stream anymore. Literally does not matter. People will tune in and watch. But most of us on the lower end, we have to be on all the time, constantly making content, constantly be out there on Twitter and on YouTube and in other streams and on Discord, constantly. You see people all the time going into Reddit and they're like, look at my content, look at my content, look at my why they're doing that is because they have to. That's the only way that they're going to get seen. Because the market is so saturated, the barrier to entry is so low these days. I can own a PlayStation or an Xbox or a Nintendo Switch and just stream. Switch 2, I think, right? Can't a Switch 2 just stream now? Like, you don't need any other software? But it's just the barrier to entry is so stinking low that anyone can do it. So the market is absolutely saturated. So finding good content is hard. And the only way to find good content are the people that have been out doing it for a long time. And I wouldn't even say half of those are good content anymore. A lot of the good content is gone. It's just gone. I put it in the same realm as music artists. Music artists in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s were all talented. Now you look at it and you don't find much talent. There is talent out there. Sure, there's some really good musical artists out there that have amazing talent. But they're covered up by a lot of people that have zero talent. They just have, they hired some sort of team to market them to make them seem like they're popular and they have talent, but they don't. Now, yeah, exactly. Auto-tune. Asmongold worth millions but lives at home. Well, he owns the home. His both of his parents have passed, so he doesn't live at home. He owns the home. He's inherited that home. That is his home, And I'm not going to fault Asmongold for living below his means. Like, that's smart, actually. Like, that's one thing I do agree with Asmongold on. Why would you go? I mean, he could easily go and spend, $10,000 a month on a sky-rise apartment and live a very lavish life if he wanted to. He chooses not to for whatever reasons, and that's his personal preference, whatever, whatever. Does he have a relationship? I have no idea. I don't know anything about Asmongold outside of what he puts out on... I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying Asmongold's a good person by any means. He probably does have a great sound card. I guarantee he's got a great sound card. Fail and live with mom. Some people would say that about me. I mean, I'm at my mom's house right now. People could say I failed and live with my mom. I don't live here, but I've been here for a month. But hey, you know, like some people rely on their families and other people don't. I don't see anything wrong with that either. Is this guy chasing me around saying something? Sorry, that guy was curious if he was on the stream, so I said yes. He's jumping around like a crazy person. I'm on TV! I'm on TV! Look at me! It's Friday. Is it Friday, the game open for everyone? Yes. Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern is going to be the open playtest. I will not be streaming on Friday. I will probably not be... Well, I don't know. I might stream on Friday if my son wants to play Pokemon. But I probably will not be streaming on Friday or Saturday or Sunday. We'll see. My wife says she acts like my mom. Does that count? There you go. People prioritize different. What is right for you is not right for another. Yada, yada. Exactly, Spoonbard. Exactly. I know people that live at home not because they have to. Or I say live at home. They live with their parents not because they have to, but because their parents need it. Maybe they're there to support their parents. And in turn, the parents are supporting them, and it's a co-beneficial relationship. You don't know, you have no idea. I wouldn't make assumptions on people just based on like what they're doing. Current economy, living at home is no surprise. It's not 20 years ago. Exactly. I'll fully admit I moved back home when I went. You know, I obviously lived at home through high school and even in early college. I moved out for a couple years, lived in apartments, lived in a house that I rented with a friend of mine. I moved back home to save some money, saved money to be able to get a down payment on a house, got married, you know, bought a house, did all that kind of stuff, moved back out, you know, all sorts of you move back and forth. Like life's got ups and downs. If you are fortunate enough to be able to afford your own home, be able to buy a car, be able to live comfortably, go out to dinner, you know, enjoy life, then you should just count your blessings. Be like, I am very thankful for the things that I have, and I hope that others end up in the same boat. You know? Yeah. That's my hope for everybody. I hope everybody is able to afford and do all the things they want to do. And if, you know, I don't know what else to say. You know? It's sad that we live in a world where you shun people because they are on a different economic level than you. For whatever reason that may be, which could be a lot of different reasons. Like, that's just terrible. It's a terrible way to treat other people. Oh, you don't make $10,000 a month to be able to afford all these things? Which actually $10,000 a month isn't even that much money anymore, to be honest. Like, it's only 120 grand a year. But some people would be like, I would love to have 120 grand a year. I would absolutely love to have that much money. I don't make that much. I don't make anywhere near that much. Gen Z can't afford homes. They're being priced out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I can't afford to buy a house right now. The interest rates where they are? Holy moly, guys. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Did I see the EverQuest Legends announcement? No, I didn't. Crazy they just stole the THJ idea and are releasing it after suing them. Well, you know, that's a weird thing, right? The hero's journey stole from them, and now they're stealing back, you know? I don't know what the legal issues are there. I don't know. But a single player style MMO like that is not something that I want, so. Yeah, exactly. THJ stole the legal game. So it's kind of, you know, I guess thieves stealing from thieves? I don't know. Gen X had to get a degree just to get an interview. Why? Yeah, I mean, I'm part of Gen X. And, yeah. Technically, I'm a millennial. Technically. But I have that small... I mean, I'm from that small subsector that doesn't associate with millennials, but also doesn't associate with whatever's after that. We know you're not rich because, let's be honest, Cloud 2's... I know, right? Let's be honest, guys. Clearly, my headset gives it away. If you want to check it out, only 1.5 minute video. Yeah, I'll check it out at some point. Gen Z has degrees and no jobs. Late 80s is millennial. Well, technically speaking, I think any time in the 80 to like 90 or something is millennial or what. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to... I have no idea. I'm sure you guys can Google it. But I was an 80s baby. I was born in 1980. So supposedly I fall under millennial. But they say, what is it, like 78, 79 to like 82 or 84, something around there, was like a special generation, technology generation or something. Need a Cloud 2 meme here. Mods make it so. That'd be a Burl thing. But, you know, we'll see. I might be able to make a Cloud 2 headset meme thing. I don't know. We'll see. You're an 80s baby? Yeah, you're a little millennial, Burl. Weird millennial over there. Any idea what class you want to main early access going fighter? Yeah, I'll be going fighter for my main most likely. I don't think that's going to change. Of course, Sean did say in his stream yesterday... Oh, by the way, I did put out a video of that. I didn't publish it. Publish. Thank you for reminding me. Well, you didn't really remind me, but it is now out there. I put a recap of Sean's stream. I also didn't post in Discord this time around for my stream or anything. So anyway, but yeah, Sean said that they want to put out more information on their intent of classes and the game in general and all the things. So I'm going to see what he says as the intent for the fighter and the other tanks, what their intent is for that, and I will be basing my class on that intent. But most likely it'll be a fighter. Most likely. Got about 4 months on you, Burl. Ooh, you're 4 months older than Burl? That makes you better. Makes you better than Burl in every way. Also, if you're 4 months younger than Burl, you are better than Burl in every way. Unless you were born at the same time and day as Burl, you're better than Burl in every way. Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious. Let's pick on Burl today. It's Burl pick on day. He can take it. He's a big boy. Sean's stream was hard to watch. It was hard to watch. I'll agree with that. Sean's stream was hard to watch. He was very emotional. You could clearly tell that he didn't want to... he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't like to talk about things. You could very clearly tell. If I follow those weighty stones on the ground, will I find you again? Somebody sent me a tell. If I follow these things, will I find you? And I said probably. I'm starting to get like chat over here. I got chat in Twitch. I got chat in YouTube. I got chat in game. I can't keep up with all this chat. I need more mods. Man, it's crazy. How are we doing on mining? How's my mining? Let's see. Mining. 221. What do I need to get to? What is coal? Oh shoot. I aggroed. We're gonna take these to the guards. We're gonna take it to the guards. I don't want to deal with it. I learned about Burls through the show called Filthy Riches, about people who make money through renewable resources. Yeah. That does make a lot of money. I made this promise to people a long time ago, by the way, when I streamed Fortnite Save the World. If I get rich, I will do everything that I can to make life better for everyone else. And that's the truth. But I still have yet to get rich from streaming. My goals with streaming are if I start making a lot of, like if I make Asmongold style money, you can guarantee that I will be in children's hospitals around everywhere that I can, right? I'm not going to say around the world because it depends on a lot of things, but I will go everywhere I can for children's hospitals and make gaming better and more accessible for those kids in the hospital. That is my promise to anyone. Clip it, ship it, and if I ever make it to Asmongold style of wealth and popularity, then call me out on it and say, Criddle, you have made it. You need to follow through with your word. I will absolutely do it. Criddle nonprofit. I do own I do own a nonprofit. I created a nonprofit organization. It doesn't take in any money at the moment. It literally just sits there. It's just a company that I created. And there is a nonprofit that I have created that I'm ready for whenever it happens, if this stream takes off, if YouTube takes off, or if I just somehow, become like this nonprofit guru guy. I don't know. I will. That is what I will do. It'll be all about gaming for kids in children's hospitals, making it more accessible and available to them. And I don't break promises, so ask my kid. My kid will tell you if you ever see my kid, he will tell you I broke one promise to him. I don't remember breaking that promise. He claims that I did break a promise, and I have apologized profusely for that. But I don't break promises, and I other than that one promise that he says that I broke, he will tell you that I do not break promises. The promise that I supposedly broke, just to clarify things, not that I need to, but he asked me one day, he's like, Dad, will you play with me? And I said, absolutely, buddy. He says, I said that I promised I would play with him the next day. I had something I had to do that day. I don't remember what it was. I said, I promise you I'll play with you tomorrow. And according to him, I did not play with him the next day. Whatever it was that we were going to do. That is the promise. He was like 3 years old when supposedly this happened. But I felt bad about it. I still feel bad about it. I don't like to break promises. I don't make promises that I can't keep. So I know that I won't break a promise because I only make them if I can guarantee to keep them. According to a 3-year-old child, that must be reliable narrator. Yes, yeah, of course. I mean, he's not 3 anymore. He's now 12, so. Nonprofits are usually pretty profitable. You can pay yourself. Well, yeah, they're profitable in that sense. In fact, most nonprofits are very profitable companies. Or not most, I shouldn't say it that way. A lot of nonprofits are very profitable companies. The only stipulation for a nonprofit is you have to reinvest into the company, right? You can't put money outside of the company or whatever. You have to reinvest any profits into the company and doing whatever it is for that nonprofit. So, but yeah, what I'll do in that situation, is just I'm planning on I'll buy computers, video games, whatever, the controllers for different people, the VR headsets. That's what I will end up doing. I actually have already done that. I bought for the hospital that I used to volunteer at all the time, every Friday, in fact. I bought them 2 Nintendo Switch Lites when they first came out for the kids at the hospital. And I know people are going to be like, wow, that's not much. Whoopity-doo. That was a lot of money for me. That was like $600 out of my pocket that I, gave to the hospital. And for me, that was a lot of money. So. You got to air quote it when you say, oh, wait, what are we talking about? Are there nonprofits that specialize in getting headsets and sound cards for the homeless? I don't know. Maybe we should do that. We'll throw that one in there too, Burl. We'll throw that in the mix of possible nonprofits to look into if I ever get to, filthy rich status content creator. I will look at getting headphones for the homeless to go with their iPods. I don't know what, I don't know what they would use headphones for. I would rather help them get into a home, right? Like, they are the unhoused. Why would we give them headphones when what's way more important is housing them? Just kind of throwing that out there. Money laundering or donate it back to the party. Yeah, well, there are nonprofits out there, I'm sure, that are money laundering and all that as well. Yes, that happens. You made a difference in their lives. That's a lot. Yeah, actually, Occupy. That's 100%. That's why I used to volunteer. Whole reason why I don't volunteer at the hospital anymore. There's a whole long story behind that. I'm not going to get into right now. But I love volunteering, and I want to get back into that and doing more with that. I would absolutely love to do that. So let's make this stream amazing and YouTube amazing. Anybody that wants to help out with that, let me know. Absolutely. Could always use assistance in making that happen. Hit me up on Discord or something. That's kind of why Burl's here, to be honest. Burl and I met back in Fortnite Save the World days back in like 2018 or something. And we actually he was a mod for Reddit. I know. Everybody get your pitchforks out. Burl was a mod for Fortnite Reddit. And they did a Fortnite charity, and they wanted to get a bunch of streamers for Fortnite Save the World charity streams, and I was one of those. And that's how Burl came to be on my stream. Check out YouTube video of Batocera. You'll be amazed. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. $150 desktop with DDR4 drive. You've got years of playable content. Okay, yeah, that's neat. I'm just here so I won't get fined. What? Why are you getting fined? Why are you getting fined? You know, it's kind of funny. Back in the Fortnite Save the World days, I used to kind of talk about this same topic. Clearly, I never made it big. But people used to flame me for even talking about it. And I'm like, what? He promised that he would do something for kids. Yeah, and I did a lot for kids. Back then, I still do today. Like, I try. I do what I can. I don't know the reference. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a millennial, Burl. I'm not a millennial like you. The hole in the side of the tunnel to Wormsbane seems to be getting bigger. Or am I losing my mind? You might be losing your mind. Maybe. Are you getting smaller? Maybe that's what's going on? Did somebody cast a shrink spell on you? Is YouTube still active? It's still not showing on YouTube like that there's any activity. But it could just be slow over on the YouTube side, so. Somebody used to play Ogre and now plays a Goblin, right? The world is getting larger. No, you're getting smaller. It's an NFL player who did not want to do interviews, but he was contractually obligated, so he answered every question with, I'm just here so I won't get fined. Okay, that makes sense. And I support that person as much as I possibly can, because honestly, being on the internet or being on TV and being interviewed or whatever is not for everyone. It is not for everyone. As Sean showed yesterday, and I'm not picking on Sean, not trying to, so hopefully it doesn't come across as me picking on Sean, but he was clearly uncomfortable talking yesterday about the Nick situation, and I'm like, man, I feel for him right now. I really, really do, because he's clearly uncomfortable. Like, he's comfortable when he's in his own environment and he's talking about what he wants to talk about on his stream, talking about things. And you know, I remember when I first started streaming. Now, I'm not saying that Sean first just started. He's been streaming for a couple years now, 5 years or whatever. I remember when I first started streaming, I was super nervous to talk about anything. Clearly those nerves have gone away, and now I won't shut up about anything. I'm a completely different person now. I probably should stop talking about things. Like, hey, Gretel, stop it. Shut up. You're going too far. But, yeah, I'll talk about anything, man. Well, not anything. But I'm much more comfortable with it now than I used to be. So, yeah, I definitely felt for Sean yesterday, man. I felt for him yesterday. But at the same time, and I don't want to leave Nick out, I feel for Nick too, because people are saying a lot of things about Nick. And come on. I feel for him too, man. Like, let the man live his life. Anyway, moving on. Okay, how many more points in mining do we need? We need 2 more points, I think, in mining to get to coal. Is coal 225? Does anybody know? It might be 220. I might be there now. Or is coal 250? It shouldn't be 250 because coal is steel. It's for making steel. I think 250 would be too much. All right, I gotta check on YouTube as well. Because nobody's chatting on YouTube again, and I don't want you guys to feel like you're being left out of the conversation. You're absolutely part of the conversation. I appreciate you being over there, but my chat just goes bonkers sometimes. So let me do another pop out of YouTube chat and see what it says. I felt the emotional impact. Okay, so yeah, YouTube chat wasn't showing up. I apologize, guys. I'm going to keep the pop out for today because it's not working right. Pop out chat. I don't want you guys to feel left out over there. I appreciate you. I take all credit for the video because I jogged your memory. There you go, CJ. Yes, absolutely. You jogged my memory. You take credit. Lucky for Daybreak, they never have been a company that prioritizes optics. Only cutthroat business. Yeah, yeah. Sean's stream was hard to watch. I saw that. Yeah. All right, there we go. Yeah, as a fighter, a bit basic on the skills. Yeah, so a fighter, a bit basic on the skills. It is. It's extremely basic on the skills. A fighter is not the class you want to play if you want to have a lot of things to do. It is basically a stand there and fight the monster and hit the same buttons over and over and over. So fighter is kind of a boring class. But it does its job. Right? One reason I want to play the fighter over the other classes is because I can just kind of sit there and I can chat. I can read chat while I'm playing the fighter. It really works out for me. It didn't look like Loving Robot wanted this outcome. So I don't know why or how they got there. Yeah, it did not look like he wanted the outcome. It looked like it was a very hard thing for him to do or say or talk about or whatever yesterday. So yeah, I feel for him. I kind of want to try fighter. They look like a solid class. They're a solid class for defensive. The main reason you play a fighter is because it is the best physical damage mitigation tank by 5%. Literally. Like literally by 5%. So that's the only reason to play fighter. If you want to have any sort of utility, I would play one of the other tanks. If you want to have like buffs, spells, other things that you can do, I would play one of the other tanks. Fighter is extremely, extremely basic. I need some Sow again. My Sow ran out. Oh no! What am I gonna do? You ever killed that colorless serpent in Telekir? I have not. I have not. I saw it one day, but I never did fight it. I'm a serpent lover, not fighter. No. But yeah, anyway. I did see a sea serpent. Is this one up here? I'm squinting to be able to see. This person really wants to be on Twitch. Bard speed? Nah, I'm good. I'll be alright. I'll be okay. I mean, it really doesn't matter to have Sow in here because, you know, in some ways moving slower is good because I can get all of the nodes as they spawn. You know, like, you could run past the node because you're running too fast, so you could run past the node, and then it spawns behind you, and then you miss the node. So, you know, think about it that way. I need rich gold, I think. I'm pretty sure rich gold is the only thing that's going to be giving me points right now. Let's see. Gold. Is gold still, is gold trivial? Gold's not trivial. Okay, so we got to 224. Still at 224. Hopefully gold gets me to 225, and that'll get me to coal. I'm hoping. I don't know. And then we'll try to go get coal. And then I guess we'll take coal as far as it'll go. I don't know if I need 250 or if I need 275 for platinum. Does anybody know what platinum requires for mining? Because I sure as heck don't. Sure as heck. Rich iron vein. I don't need that either. That's not giving me skill ups anymore. But I gotta clear it out. Should we make a video on this? Once you hit 150, you then run around up here until you get to 225. I want to get over there to that. But there's Drakes in the way. Get out of the way. Move over, Drake. What's a song that Drake sings? Who's a Drake fan? Go back to singing your songs, Drake. Drake was a singer, right? Am I wrong with that? I don't keep up. I'm old. Is the open beta this weekend? Anyone know when it starts on Friday? Yes. It is at 1 p.m. Eastern on Friday. It starts. (1 p.m. Eastern on Friday. I will not be streaming it, most likely all weekend long. Sorry. For those, you know, that are like, oh my goodness, I have to get my daily dose of Criddle. I apologize. I will be hanging out with the family since I have not spent time with them in nearly a month. But look for Pokemon streams. We might be doing Pokemon streams. Epic Game just laid off 1,000 employees today. Oh, yeah? Rat-row. Gold have fixed vein spawns? Well, sort of. Yes. So, gold is the rare iron. So, if you find iron spawns, iron locations, clear them out, and you'll have a chance that that can respawn as gold. Is how it works. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Epic Games. I mean, it makes sense, though. You got to think about it. Fortnite hit its popularity in 2018, 2019 and really took off and put... I mean, Epic Games has always been kind of on the map, but it really made Epic Games, like, it shot them way up, right? And they hired a bunch of people, and they started building and doing all the things that they're doing. And they haven't really done much since then other than... Unreal Engine, you know, and just keep updating Fortnite and getting the Unreal Engine out there. Other than that, I haven't seen much from Epic Games, so I don't know. Creative mode, ballistic rock. Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. They just keep upping Fortnite. They keep adding to Fortnite. They haven't done something new in a while outside of Fortnite. Have they? clearly, if they have, it hasn't been big enough to reach somebody like me. Yeah, I know it's a universe, but they're banking everything on Fortnite. Literally everything on Fortnite. And, you know, it's big. It's big. Don't get me wrong. It is big. The beta servers will close at least. These characters will be gone. Yeah, so these servers are going to be down anyway. That's why I'm not going to be streaming or playing or anything for the open server. So I won't be doing any of that. All right, we hit 225. Woohoo! And that made Gold Veins trivial at 225. We're going to go try to do... I might have to get rich gold veins to get up to 230, but I'm going to try... Is this a rich gold vein? It is a rich gold vein. We're gonna get this just in case. But I think we either need to get rich gold veins up to 230, or we might be able to start getting coal. I don't know. That gave me 0. They make more for Unreal licenses? Yeah, that's what I think, that they've kind of gone into the Unreal side of things more than anything lately. I'll start again in June. Yeah, June 1st is a fresh start for everyone. Everyone. So don't feel like you're getting behind. Don't feel like, oh no, I can't play right now. This isn't fair. I mean, I totally understand that it's not really fair to everybody. I get that. But just remember that everyone is starting fresh June 1st. And according to Sean yesterday, they're still shooting for that June 1st release date. That is still the plan. They want to get the game out there in the hands of everybody. And they want to start paying their volunteer team. And I want them to get paid, you know? I'll be giving them my $15 a month. Absolutely. I got to figure out where I'm going to get $15 from. Maybe I'll have to ask my girlfriend for $15. But I'm going to get, you know, my $15 in there. Be like, hey, honey, I need $15. Can I have an allowance, please? $15 a month. That's what I'm asking for, please. I'll do all my chores. I will cut the grass. I'll take out the trash. No? Aww. But please. This is... I know how to get something out of my girlfriend. All I gotta do is do what her daughter does and go, I said please. Man, kids. Kids think that maybe means yes. Maybe means yes. That's what I've learned. My son will say maybe means no. Because that's what he's learned with me. When I say maybe, it mostly means no. Mine would leave me if I whine like that. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. She knows I'm teasing. She knows I'm teasing. I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with somebody that whined like that. Like all the time. Oh, God. It'd be awful. Okay, let's see. Can we get this stuff? Oh, my goodness. We're getting coal veins. 225. Getting coal. I like coal. Yeah, like the whole whining. You know, I saw something one time where I guess a guy, you know, this couple, they got married or whatever. And the guy, prior to getting married, according to the wife, he never did like baby talk and stuff. But then after they got married, he started doing baby talk. And she was like, I couldn't handle it, so I divorced him. And I'm like, I mean, I get it. I think it's a little bit weird that, like, how long did you know this person to not know that they were like a baby talker sometimes? Like, how much time did you spend with them prior to getting married? I don't know. I think that would be a weird thing, though. Very weird transition. You talk normally all the time. I mean, my girlfriend probably say the same thing about me. Like, there's certain things you just don't know about people until you live with them. I feel like baby talk is one of the things, though, that would come up at some point. But there's definitely things you learn about people when you live with them and you're around them more. Oh, boy. All right, now I need Sal. I really, really need Sal. Like the Seinfeld Schmoopy episode? Yes, yes. Seinfeld nailed it, man, with like friends and relationships and all that kind of stuff. They nailed that. That show was like it was pretty solid. All right, what is this? What is this right here? Is this I can't harvest that. Is this platinum? I don't even know what that is. Does coal turn into platinum? Are these, those are indifferent. Okay, so I can go near the bugs. I can't go near the skeletons. We've been watching Seinfeld in your absence. Oh, yeah? Is that filling in for me not being there? Okay, where can I go to find more coal nodes? Because clearly there's not many coal nodes down here. Clearly. Very clearly. I don't see many. Where do I find coal? I think I know. I think I know. I think I know. I think I know. I'm like Thomas the Train here. Good morning, Hyper Taco. How you doing, bud? There's coal right there. So maybe we have to go up this ramp and then also down and around that circle. We got to do both. Both. Got to do both of those things. Wait, I can't do this either. That must be a rich coal node. Got 20 on your BC this morning. Nice. You got Sal. Awesome. Beastmasters are beasts. They are good. Awesome. I got Sal now. Look at that. Look at that. What a pal. What a friend. You won't find coal in Criddle stockings? Oh, yeah, you will. You don't know my girlfriend very well. She will absolutely put coal in your stocking. Are Sal potions a thing? Not right now. They took them out of the game, and they might be adding them back in. We'll see. But if they add them back in, they're going to have two different versions of them. One version is going to be One version is going to be like a low level 20% run speed version, and then the other one's going to be a higher level, like 40% run speed version. All right, what is this gold? I don't. If this is gold, I don't need gold anymore. That's iron, so we don't need that. So I don't think we need to be in here for what we are looking for. I gotta find coal, man. Coal is hard to find. I want to say I've seen it in other places, though. Where else have I seen coal? I saw some over in the Orc Fortress. So I know it's there. Do they have different levels of graphics at this point of the game or not? No, they don't. Like, this is it. This is it. Like, there's nothing else. Making level up video tips, like where to go, etc. You already make that. I haven't made it yet. I mean, I could make something like that. I started to, like, I was going to make that video as I went through the leveling process here. But that honestly is going to change a lot for early access. But I could make a video just going into like the wiki and looking at the map and just being like, hey, this you know, this is a good place to go for this level. It's a good place to go. Like right now, I could say you come up here in your like high 20s or something. Like these mobs, these restless skeletons and stuff. Like coming here down to this area down here for your high teens. You could do your low 20s with the beetles. You could go into this cave right here for low to mid or mid to high 20s. Come up here for your mid to high 20s. You know, like I could do something like that. But I haven't done that yet. I have not done that yet. Potion system is cool. Damage shield from Druid, 10 minutes. Damage shield from Potion, 15 minutes. Is it really? But is the damage shield from Potions lower? Like a lower quality? You know, that's kind of a thing that people have to think about. Is Potions can kind of replace Druid and Shaman, in a sense. Is this guy coming after me? He is coming after me. All right, I'm going to zone this off. Is there a guild bank? Not yet. Or actually, I can just get him. Come over here, bad boys. We'll get this Pyrmos guy to take him out. Prickly Berry, 15 minutes from Potion. Exact same spell from the Rangers and Druids. Okay. But yeah, like Rangers and Druid get a higher level version of it, right? So Prickly Barrier is the low level version. Where did that mob go? I don't know where that mob went. Oh well. I'm guessing the higher level recipes produce higher equivalents. Yeah, well, we can try. We can figure that out. I'm gonna start working on alchemy some. Yeah. Like I started working on my trade skills in the mornings because Aesir or Gith, whatever, is unable to be on to be able to heal me. So I'm like, well, for now, I'll just run around and do harvesting. And we'll work on potions. I got to figure out where to get all these ingredients, though. All right, I definitely need to find more coal somewhere. Because this is not a good place for coal. Oh, no, I've got all these mobs on me again. Alright, let's just go zone them off over here. Get them in the... We'll get them into these guys, these guards over here. Have them guards take them out. If 4 people were going to play the game together, what class would you recommend for them to have a solid group? If one person is new to MMORPGs, is there a specific class role you would recommend? Yeah. Honestly, here's what my take on that. If you have somebody brand new to MMORPGs, let them pick their class first, and then have the other 3 people pick around that. That's going to make it more fun for that person because the other people are going to know more information, and they're gonna have more fun, you know, because they're already going to be like, yeah, we can do this, and this is how they're going to already be having fun. It's kind of like when you play D&D with a group of people. If there's one person that has never played D&D, let them pick their class first so that they have more fun. You know, help them picking their class, you know, explain here's what the classes do. That said, I would say if you have a group of 4, have a tank, a healer, a DPS, and a utility if you can. So like any of the tanks will be fine, any of the healers will be fine, any of the DPS will be fine, and then a bard or enchanter for utility. But I would say that a shaman is probably the best healer for most groups, and then you don't necessarily have to have the enchanter, but the enchanter does make up for shaman stuff. So like if you don't have a shaman, I would definitely put an enchanter in there. But you know, that's what I would do. As far as tanks go, though, they're all good. I think that the Shadow Knight is the best overall tank, in my opinion, for like grouping and just being able to do everything. So I would recommend the Shadow Knight. I like druids for healers because they have ports, they have Sal, they got some great utility that other classes don't have, so it's a good class to have in your party. Cleric can be okay for the healer, but I would not recommend a cleric unless the new person wants to play an easy class. One of the easiest classes to play is a cleric, because really all they need to do is meditate and heal. Now there are other things a cleric can do, but meditate and heal. As far as DPS classes go, I try to throw in like a good utility class would be a ranger, but archer is really good for DPS. Rogue would be good for DPS. Wizard will be okay. I don't recommend a wizard for most DPS groups, or most groups, just for XP groups. So I don't know that I would recommend that one for that party. I would definitely go with a martial DPS. A monk would also be really good for that group. You could teach somebody how to pull. I wouldn't let a new I would not let a new person, but I wouldn't expect a new person to play a monk and understand pulling. Pulling is a very skilled thing. You need to learn how to pull. It's a very hard thing to learn how to do properly and well. But if they're willing to learn it, it's a good class. Everything's subject to change, Westmore. Literally everything is subject to change. So I wouldn't base things off of that. I would base them off what they're going to be at the end, or they're planned to be at the end. Elementalist Earthpad is surprisingly a good tank. It can be, yeah, it can be. Thorns is amazing. Thorns is too strong, I think. I don't think it's too strong for the level that you get it. It's too strong for power leveling. It's just so freaking strong, dude. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I don't know. I think a new player. So let's just kind of back it up a little bit. But yeah, any of the 4 tanks will be fine. And then depending on what tank you choose, I would get a certain healer. But the shaman would be my number 1 choice, and a druid would be my number 2 choice, and a cleric would be my number 3 choice for most situations. DPS, I would throw in a rogue or an archer or a ranger, because those 3 are going to be good DPS, but the ranger is going to throw in a lot of utility you might be missing. So if you go, let's say, a fighter shaman for your tank and healer, you don't have snare. And then in which case you probably want to throw in a ranger for snare. So like it really, it's hard to say what like a good combination is depending on what the players want to play. But just make sure you have a tank, a healer, some decent DPS, and then some decent utility. Things that I would look out for: Speed of the Wild. Try to make sure somebody in your party can cast that. Even if you just have a Ranger or a Beastmaster, once they hit level 20, you don't really need it until then. It's nice to have up to that point, but they still cast it at level 20, and at that point on, it doesn't matter. So Speed of the Wild is something I would look for. Somebody that can snare is always a good plus. For when you're in dungeons and things can just run around. And then, yeah, tank, healer. Somebody that can split mobs, split pull mobs. So anything that's got unity or placate. So your cleric, your druid, both have some sort of unity placate type stuff. A paladin has that. Ranger has that. Bard has that. Enchanter has that. So a lot of classes have abilities to do that. And then if you don't have placate, a monk to split pull. Even a monk split pulling, though, is almost always a good option. Even with placate, it's still a good option. I know it's a lot of information. Mind if you post the link in Crypt? You may or may not be able to. Did I VIP you in Crypt? Let me check. Let me VIP you, and then yes, you can post the link. VIPs and mods can post links. Nobody else can post links. So give me a second. Yeah, if you're a VIP, then you can post a link. Let me check. I don't see you as a VIP. Let me add you. Let me make sure you're a VIP. Go back to chat. Oh, wait. Nope. There you go. It worked. So, yes, you are a VIP. There you go. Not sure if you already saw that. Co-Carnage. I don't know. Maybe. Let me look. That's funny. That is funny. The short version of what Encrypt just did, if you don't want to click on the link, is it basically is Co-Carnage saying, everybody sucks because you have all the resources to make a good new EverQuest. You suck. I'm going to play Monsters of Memories. Because Monsters of Memories is playing a new EverQuest. Like, they're basically saying, what do we like about EverQuest? We're putting it into this game. Boom. That's basically the short version of what he said was very short, too. It was only like a 4-second clip. It was very, very short. But yes, I agree. I agree with Co-Carnage 100% on that. I don't agree with Co-Carnage on everything, but on that, I agree 100%. Yeah. Some of these companies have had all the time in the world to make an updated EverQuest. And they don't do it. Like, why? You have all this money. You already have, like, the audience. You have everything, and you just don't do it? Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. You know, I hope... I'm hoping right now that Co-Carnage plays this game. Daybreak should be doing it. I hope that Co-Carnage plays this game in early access, has, 15,000 people watching him play it, and he ends his stream, because he normally plays from like 8 a.m. until about noon or so, and he ends his stream, and he comes and raids us one day with 15,000 people that are just like 15,000 very big Monsters of Memories fans. I would love to have that. I would be happy to host them all and chat about the game a ton. Maybe one day a boy can dream. We'll see. I see a lot of monks playing an ogre race for STG stat. What is the STG stat? Strength? I mean, maybe, yeah. I just don't like how his opinion on Monster Memories is going to hold more weight than someone actually following the game dev cycle. But it's nice. Yeah, exactly, Burl. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, I love Co-Carnage for what Co-Carnage does. But I speak it real here. I am a very real person. And I don't care what other people think about that. I love Co-Carnage for what he does, but sometimes his takes are a little bit money driven. I don't think that take is money driven. I don't think that he's gotten any money from. That's the thing about Cohh Carnage. Sometimes his takes are absolutely his opinion, and then other times, it's like, well, it's because he got a good sponsorship. And I think it kind of goes both ways, and it's hard to tell which is which. Not saying that he does that all the time. Somebody's going to read into that, go tell Cohh Carnage, and he's going to get all mad at me. I don't, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, I hope that Cohh Carnage shares the love, spreads the love to the community. I don't think he's that kind of guy, though, where he's gonna try to take from the community. I think he's going to try to add to the community. I do see that. And hopefully he continues to do that. All right, let's go. Let's go see what we can do in alchemy. Seems to me the size would be negative for pulling. I don't think the size. I mean, Encrypt, you might know the answer to this actually, because this is a very good question. Now that you bring that up, Brian, does the size of your character model matter when it comes to aggro range? What I mean by that is, where does aggro start with your character model? Is it based on the outside of your character model, or is it based on a central point? A lot of times it's based on like on your character model, it would be like a point right in the center between your 2 feet, right? That's where the point is. And then it's like a line up and down. That's an Ali question. He programmed all of that. Yeah, okay. I'll have to, maybe I'll reach out to Ali about that, because like that makes sense. It's a very, very valid question for an ogre monk versus a human monk, Like, which one would be better for pulling? Because an ogre might get more aggro because an ogre is just wider. They take up more of a space. Hitbox? Yeah, is the hitbox the exact same is kind of the question. Yeah. Because in a lot of games like this, the hitbox is literally like 1 pixel wide. And it starts at the base of their feet and it goes vertically up and down like a certain distance, and that's it. But in like a first-person shooter, the hitbox is literally the entire outline of the character. So it makes a difference. Makes a big difference. Which classes would you say are great at soloing and grouping? Both of those combined? Right now, any of the charm classes. Outside of charm, I would say that the druid is good at groups and solo. The archer is good at groups and solo, although it's getting less good with some of the changes. We'll see what happens. Ranger is good at groups and solo. Elementalist would be pretty good at groups and solo. Beastmaster, good at groups and solo. Trying to think of what else. All of those are good groups and good solo. So, yeah. Well, explain running speed. Yeah, that's true. Shorter, Crypt, that's another thing we were talking about the other day. The shorter your character is, the faster you run in this game, apparently. If I get a shrink spell, if I get a double shrink spell, I run faster. Not only run faster, but my jumps are fast. Everything about my character is faster when I'm smaller. So that's something that probably needs to be fixed. I think I bug reported it, but I don't know. I don't remember. How fast can you run a dwarf? Not really. But yeah, in this game, dwarves I think are faster. But I know that if you get a shrink spell, you are absolutely faster. All right, let's see what we can make over here to level up. We can have a dexterity potion. We don't have that. We don't have the wisdom. We don't have that. We don't have agility. We can't do charisma. We can do strength. So let's do the strength potion. Let's make a bunch of those to level up alchemy. We need annealed vials. Let's just buy 20 of them. I don't know how many that's actually going to make. But let's try it. Ogre should not pull more than... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't think that one is true. We can see the exact run speed modifiers as a GM tool. It is true. It is 100% true. I can show it to you in-game, Encrypt. When Gith gets on, I can show it to you later if you want to see it. Because every time... We've tested it with all different people, too. Like, if Gith shrinks himself and runs next to me, he runs faster. If he shrinks me and runs next to me without shrinking himself, I run faster. every single time. 100% of the time. The shrink spell increases your run speed. And I don't know why it does that, but it does. I'd be interested to observe that, showing my tooling. Yeah, we'll do it. Gith should be on any minute. He'll be on any minute. So stick around for a few minutes. Let me text him. I'll text him that you want to see it. All right, I sent a text to Gith. Yeah, it's a weird thing, Encrypt. It's really weird. Like we tested it a bunch. Anyway, it was really common, a misconception from EQ. Visually, it felt faster. It's not visually. Yeah, it's not visually, guys. It's literally our characters are side by side, and we start running without jumping, without doing anything else. You can turn on auto run, and the shorter, shrunk character will move faster. It's literally not like a visual thing. It's none of that. All right, so we got. Let me sell these back. Okay, what else can we make here? Potion of Intelligence. We need Moonveil. Ooh. Moonveil powder. How do I not have Moonveil powder? Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Spiritist. Applied, fingers crossed. There you go. Yep. Thank you, Burl, for handling that. Maybe we want to cross multiple fingers and toes. Yeah. So a gnome versus ogre is the same, but shrink itself would change your run speed? Yes, Stearns, exactly. Shrinking yourself makes you run faster. I don't know if it's 100% like, oh, you're an ogre and then you're a gnome. I don't know on that for a fact. But the shrinking yourself definitely changes things. 100% changes things. Like confirmed by multiple people. Shrink weight and size, but not strength? Maybe. I don't know. Soon as Isar gets on, we'll check. He said he was going to get a haircut. So, hopefully he gets back from his haircut soon. He just jumped in Discord like 45 minutes ago or something. Said, I'm going to get a haircut and I'll be back. I said, okay. I'm sure that's a bug if true. I'm sure it's a bug as well. Yeah, I don't think it's intended at all. But I just found out about it like yesterday or day before or something, like not too long ago. So I'm pretty sure I bug reported it. It's not like a drastic difference, but it's enough to notice. All right. Could have saved $155 right there. No haircut this month. I mean, that's true. He lives in California as well, so I'm sure haircuts out there are expensive. Look at that. We got 3 potions of strength, baby. Super strong. I'm such a big boy. My last haircut was $50. $40. Cost me $40. Like, good gosh. I'm going to try to get a haircut. Actually, I should do that before I go. I don't know. Should I get a haircut? Hey, Feisty, are you there? Do I need a haircut before I come home? Because I like the barber down here. It's my favorite barber. I don't think I need one. I think I look okay. I think I'm good. But if I don't get one now, it'll probably be months before I get another one. I mean, you look okay to me, but may as well get one, right? Maybe. I got a couple of days. The barber down here is cheaper though. Like he only charges $25, and then I just throw him like $5-10 or whatever as a tip. So it's cheaper down here. Uh-oh, what happened here? Oh no, the bank did not function right, and it. My goodness. Come on, bank. Stop doing bank things, bank. Holy moly. Reload inventory. Boom. Holy gosh, come on. Oh, I know you guys are working on this, but it is comical how poorly the bank system works right now. And I'm not trying to pick on you about it, but geez Louise, like we got to get something going here. This is rough. The lag in Night Harbor plus the banking inventory system is just like I can't move items very easily. Oh man. I know you're working hard, guys. I know you're working hard. I'm not here to pick on you, but my goodness. I actually literally just commented. So somebody's been commenting on one of my videos. Saying that like I'm biased and that I'm just like a shill for Monsters and Memories. Like all I do is say positive things about it, and I don't ever like say anything negative. And I'm like, you clearly have not been around. You clearly have not been around my streams very much. I'm very positive about Monsters and Memories, but I also see a lot of negatives. There's some things they need to fix. Hey, what's up, Craft? How you doing? Can I link my weapons? Yeah, I can show them to you. They're not great. They're not level 50 great, but they're decent. Here, let me do them this way. That's what I'm using. This is not level 50 gear. This is level 40 gear. This is level 30 gear for weapons. Level 50 gear is something like this. Just so you can kind of see, like this is a really good level 50 piece. Nice rogue dagger. Yeah, it's a good rogue dagger. It's a good dagger for anybody. It's a really good dagger. I highly recommend it. I need Sal. Is there anybody Sal near the north bank? See if there's any Sal near North Gate. That looks like a bandito. I want to get Sal before I start running somewhere. Not using two-handed weapon? No, I don't have a good two-handed right now. I do have, I just clicked the wrong buttons. I do have this as my two-handed weapon, which is pretty decent. And then I also got for a bludgeoning weapon, though, a one-handed bludgeoning weapon. I got this right here. I need to get new weapons, though, so don't base my weapons off of anything. Like they're definitely not good. They're not bad, but they're not good. For my level. That's a Sangreal ring, okay, and then he's got Mortu breastplate. I should get this breastplate over this breastplate. 45. I should get that breastplate. It's better than this one by a little bit. See how much he's asking for. We're going to go back over this way, too. Let's see, I got cotton. Get rid of this. Can you make a decent weapon for yourself? Not really, no. Like, crafting makes some okay stuff, but it's not great. You know, it's good. All right, somebody bought it. Yeah, it's not the best gear. They hired really they hired the Rogan and Secrets to build EverQuest Classic Plus. That's kind of cool. See, that's the thing, man. You get involved in like these communities, you can get jobs off of that. You can absolutely get jobs off of that. I mean, the reason Ali is part of this is because of P99 and that whole thing, you know. So he's now an owner of this company through P99. Let's make some satchels. Let's make 3 cotton satchels. So we'll have more inventory. Do I want to make 3 cotton satchels? I feel like I don't want to make 3 cotton satchels. Could you get Bloodsmear breastplate, 50 AC, 5 strength, or something from the Rat Chieftain? I could get that, yeah. All I got to do is just like, I'm trying to get my group to actually go camp stuff. Right? I'm trying to get them to go camp stuff. Because we're getting behind on gear again. Because we haven't camped good items in a while. We just kind of been grinding out XP in decent XP spots, but they're not gear XP spots. So we're looking at doing that. What's the damage delay on in-game weapons? Yours are 0.3, and I'm wondering what the top weapons are. Like 0.5. Around 0.5 is good. Is like a top tier weapon. What can I do with all that powder? Enchanting. I can't do anything with it right now. I need to have, I need to get my mining up so I can get platinum. I mean, I could buy platinum and level up that way. Let me see if I can get Sal. Purpose of enchanting bars. You can enchant bars to make jewelry and enchanted armor. There we go. We got Sal. Inventory. 80 silver. Or we'll give him 40 silver because that's... Oh my gosh. Go, come on. Trade. 80 silver. There you go. Take 80 silver. Look at that. I'm at 1 platinum. I have a whole platinum, ladies and gentlemen. A whole platinum. Basically shut down THJ and we'll take their idea to monetize it using EMU devs. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Actually, should we put that platinum in the bank? We'll hold on to it. It's fine. I'm not going to deal with it right now. Does this have optimization issues other EA games seem to have? There's optimization issues, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely optimization issues. There's always going to be optimization issues in a game like this. They're working on it. You know, I pick on them for it often. But good afternoon. How you doing, dragons? Ashira, our enchanter from last night. All right, let's put away this linen padding. We can get rid of that. What else? 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 Nothing else? I think we're good. I think we're good. All right, let's go. Let's go see if we can do some mining out this way. Maybe we can find coal in Glass Flats. Is there coal in Glass Flats? So dark. So dark outside. Any duping issues? You know, I haven't heard of direct duping issues that are easily repeatable. I have heard of people accidentally duping some things, so yes, there is a problem there, but I don't know of any that are like you can do on purpose. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But my guess is they're keeping an eye on that. You know, if they see somebody spike up in money, like they know who has money, who has how much money. They can see that in their tooling. So if they see somebody spike up a bunch in coin, they're probably going to investigate it. If they, if they see somebody going up very quickly in skills, they're probably going to investigate it and see what they did to get those up. So, my guess is that if there is a problem, it will be flagged and they will be able to investigate it, figure it out, and hopefully fix the problem if there is a problem. You hate playing with cheaters? Well, I can tell you that these devs are definitely against cheating. Very, very, very much against cheating, which I like. They might be taking it a little too far sometimes. For cheaters, you can't take it too far. Banning them, clearly bad, but are good. It's good to ban these cheaters if they're really bad cheaters. But the amount of policing might be a little too much in some cases, right? But yeah, I don't know where Isar is. This is bothering me. I want encrypt. I want encrypt to see this run speed thing. Everyone has an item ledger. They can look up the item until a very point it was looted. Duped item isn't going to have much of a history. Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be able to find out for sure. Duping issues are generally dealt with in an hour of it being known widely. Yeah, they're usually dealt with pretty quickly. I haven't seen one myself. I've seen things that like seem to be duped, like temporarily. Like I'll get an item that dupes in my inventory, and I'm like, what the heck? But then when I do like an inventory reload or I zone or something, the item goes away. That kind of stuff has happened. So it's just like a graphical dupe, but it's not actually there. That happens. That happens sometimes. I've seen that destroy a server or breaks the economy. Yeah, I am very much against or for helping the economy so that it doesn't get broken. I do not want to see a broken economy. That ruins games very quickly. All right, we're going to try to get some wood here. Guild cheats in Ashes of Creation. Well, Ashes of Creation cheated everybody. I'm just going to turn up the gamma. This is driving me bonkers. I can't see nothing. I can't see. New player. Does fighter end up being a DPS or a tank? Fighter is 100% a tank. It is not a DPS class. Forgive your ignorance, so you're level 5. No, you're good. You're good, Swamp. But yeah, definitely if you are playing a fighter, you are a tank. You're a good DPS for a tank, but ultimately you're still a tank. Hydrate and eat, or I'm telling Sean to lock your account. I already ate. And I hydrated. I did both of those things today. Necros are healers. Necros are not healers. They can heal, but they're not healers. Best two-handed class? Ew. I mean, two-handed for what? There aren't any good, like, two-handed DPS classes. Really. You can turn a rogue into a two-handed DPS by giving it a two-handed weapon that they can use. Or a ranger, or a fighter, or any of the tanks, really. They can all use two-handed weapons. But there's not like a... This is a two-handed class that focuses on two-handed weapons. There's nothing like that. Shamans are best class with two hands. Yeah. Yes. Shaman have two hands, and they do stuff with those two hands. That is a true statement. All right, so we got 80 wood. I think 80 wood's good. Guess I don't pay good enough attention. So Daybreak decided to release EQ Classic as a solo game, clearly showing they missed the point of EQ. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Apparently, yeah, Daybreak is basically like, hey, we're going to make an EQ Classic. Kind of like WoW Classic and all these other things that are doing... But they should have just remade a game. You know, they've got money. They should clearly just develop a game. It's solo? It's not really solo. No. I don't think it's made to be a solo game. Isn't Daybreak broke now? I don't know. I don't think they're broke. You can solo everything and raid cap of 8 if you don't want to solo. So you can solo everything? Oh, see that? Yeah, they're completely missing the point of. Yeah, so I guess that's the hero's journey thing that people are talking about. Kind of based on the hero's journey. I guess they see it as people want to be able to solo in a game like this. I don't want that. I don't want to solo at all. Broken Stoic did a good job with their financial reports. Okay, he looked at that and they might be broke. I don't know. Mayhaps, mayhaps. All right, we have 100 wood. 100 wood. Where the heck is Easter at? He said he was going to be on, like, this time. Where the heck is that guy? Hope he's okay. Hopefully nothing happened. Is it Sony reacquiring EQ? I don't know. Are they? You missed the point of why people want it. They want the experience they couldn't back in the day. You're talking about why they would want a solo? But that's the experience that I don't feel like people want, right? Back in the day, yes, they might want to experience the game because they missed out on it for whatever reason. But the experience of EverQuest, to me, right? And I'm different than everybody else, that's okay. But for me, the EverQuest experience wasn't doing the content in EverQuest. It was playing a video game with other people. That was the experience. The game was just the game. It was just playing a game like playing any other video game. There you are. I was like, what in the world? Where is he at? Encrypt, did you get my text? Yeah, so I was going to see if we can show him what we're talking about. Just like without jumping, just kind of just auto run next to each other so he can see it. Because he... Well, yeah, if you jump it is way more, but I'm just like... it's hard to do it that way because anybody jumping is going to run faster. Yeah, but that's the thing is like we would both have to be jumping at the same time to show that. So I don't want to. I want to be able to show him like that. It actually is just you run faster because we were doing that the other day too. Because if we jump, then if you jump and I don't jump, that's the reason you're moving faster, right? All right. Yeah, I'm running back to town now. So I'll be in Night Harbor in a second. Makes sense on why they want so aggressively. Yeah, it does make sense for sure. Yeah. Is there an in-game party chat in this game? Yes. Yeah, there's in-game party. There's all sorts of chat in this game. The group chat. You have OOC. You have auction. You have shout. You have say, and direct messages between players. Yeah, this game is all about chatting. And talking to people and stuff. I think when Day bought EQ, they were worth $1 billion. Now remove a zero. Yikes. The experience of the average EQer was they were locked out of Plane of Time. Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of stopped playing back then. That was when EQ started to fall apart, in my opinion. Was like the Lucklin and then Planes of Power era. That's like, you know, like World of Warcraft up to Wrath of the Lich King was amazing. And then after that, it started to fall apart. Same thing I feel like in EverQuest up to Lucklin and then it started to fall apart. No audio? No, if you want to talk to people like audio-wise, you have to get on like Discord or something. Difficult to get into the beta testing? It's not difficult. You just have to sign up, but it's a lottery, so it's just random. Completely random. Separate topic of why people want to do... Yeah, I mean, if you want to be able to solo in-game content, like if that's your goal, is to be able to just get to the in-game content and solo it, then yeah, that's a completely different animal. That's the game that I don't want to play. I do not want to play that game. I want to play a game that is based on socializing. It's based around grouping with other players and building up reputations. Your reputation matters, all of that. That's what I'm looking for. This whole, like, I'm going to recreate EverQuest and make it a solo experience, I'm out. And I'm sure other people will like it. Sure, go for it. Go play it. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. I'm out. As soon as you tell me that it's an MMORPG and the majority or all of the game can be played solo, that's where I lose interest. Planes was a ton of fun. Yeah. I feel like the following 2 to 3 expansions were really, yeah. Planes might be where some people like got to and they enjoyed Planes of Power, but I feel like Planes is where people were like, you're either in a top guild doing it or you're starting to not like the game. One of those two things. But I didn't play much in Planes of Power. I mean, I kind of logged in a few times during Planes of Power, but I didn't really play and I didn't really care. Luckland was kind of the last time I actually played the game a good bit. It's not good. It's been laggy, yeah. But I'm running through it now. Where do you want to go somewhere and do stuff, or? I did hate shouting at 3 a.m. max level cleric LFG all night long. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, we're gonna do our run speed, Burl, once we meet up. I'm gonna go meet up with him right now. Get the run speed, clip it and ship it. Hopefully, Encrypt can see what we're talking about because it's 100%. Yeah, like I don't know why it is, but it's definitely when you jump. That's what Esar was saying. So as a short race, when you jump farther and faster. Like, it's crazy fast. But even without jumping, like, you just run faster. So we're gonna double check, and we're gonna make sure that I'm not losing my mind. Maybe I've completely lost my mind. Is Lower Guck still in the game? In this game? No, Lower Guck's not in this game. But there's zones that are similar to Lower Guck. House Fighter, after all this time, you're going to play it? I'll be playing it for early access, yeah. Most likely. Telekir feels very Guck. Yeah, it kind of is. Like, it's a big zone that's got a lot of stuff in it. Double shrink yourself and jump is pretty crazy. Yeah, double shrinking and then jumping is crazy. Just running, though, is also faster. So we're going to try to do a couple of those tests and hopefully show Encrypt here in just a second. Go to Shaded Dunes. And we could do it as we're running across Shaded Dunes. What? It doesn't anymore. I fixed that a while ago. You have reduced wind resistance by double shrinking? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, we need to go there and get some gear. We've got to start gearing up again. We haven't gotten any good gear since like level 40. That's kind of low level now. Yeah, we need to just do better stuff. Like, we can't. Nobody's doing stuff at our level and selling it. Like, we need to start camping some more gear. Like, we're gonna get way behind on gear, and again. Yeah, we're trying to, but we need people on, like a healer. You specifically. There's a Shira. Oh, Ishira's here. She's willing to join us if we want to do something. I mean, you can shrink you can shrink me. We'll see. It doesn't matter. There, well, it's just like it's like two people. It's just a duo all the time. Are there? I've only seen two. I literally have. That's what I'm saying. I see two. There's some that are not playing together. That's true. All right, so we're running. Let's see if I get ahead. All right, try to jump some, I guess. I don't know. Are you running faster? Yeah, you're definitely running faster now. Yeah, he's getting like bursts of speed. No, I'm not overweight. I don't know. But what were you doing the other day when we were like seeing it? Yeah. No, you're same speed as me right now on my screen. No. Where did you get that information? No, it does not. But apparently when you're small and you jump like super fast. It doesn't look like it's affecting it for some reason right now. I mean, I feel like I'm gaining on you right now, but yeah, you jumping definitely makes a difference. It's not agility, Kaz. I don't know where people are getting that information. It is not agility. Like anybody... I don't either. But yeah, jumping definitely makes you run faster. Like, as you can see right here, like I was able to get past Ashira, and then Ashira gets past me. So jumping definitely makes you run faster, but they knew about that. Like, that's not something that's new. But the other day, we were in Fallen Pass. It's the sound card. It might be the sound card. The other day in Fallen Pass, I was just running regular, and Gith was running regular right next to me, but shrunk and was running faster than me. Look at that sword that Encrypted had. Oh, Encrypted is right there. That is Encrypted. Never mind. So maybe... Is it the same on your end, Encrypted? Encrypted's testing it right now on us, so we'll see if it actually was working or not. They stopped one for me too the other day, so the sandstorms are getting bugged. They're supposed to last only like 12 minutes, but they are lasting longer. Oh, you said stop a second? Remove Sal? Okay. You said remove Sal, okay. Yeah, he's trying something. I don't know. Yeah, remove your Sal on Gith. Okay, he's going to rebuff. Now try? Okay. All right, let's go again. So yeah, we seem to be running the exact same speed now. Like, I don't know. But if I jump, you jump and I'll jump. Then just burn all of your stuff. I mean, I feel like did I gain or you did I gain a little bit there? Gith is a shaman and Cryptid is a dev. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of people that are saying that it works that way, so I don't know. I mean, he's getting data, hopefully, on it, so I don't know. We can run back the other way if we need to. Well, let me see. Everything is... Yeah, he's saying everything's showing the exact same speed, everything, so I don't know. I honestly, it's probably like a latency thing, and it's just like... Yeah, there could be a lag thing. I don't know. But he's showing everything's the same. So, I mean, I'm going to go with the dev and what they see on their end rather than people's opinions like agility means more. I don't believe that at all. All right, so I'm running. I mean, it seems the exact same to me. Okay. Yeah, I think well, I think jumping matters. I don't know that shrinking, so we'll have to see if shrinking matters. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we'll try it out. I'm almost full. Give me one more tick. All right, going. Yeah, it's the exact same. I think it's just latency, and people think that it's doing something that it's not. That's what I was saying yesterday, but everybody just assured me. They're just like, it has to be. And I think there was a latency issue happening. Jumping always increases your speed a bit. It's intentional. Yeah. We know about the intentional jump speed in Crypt. We know about that, right? That's why we're trying to jump together and sync it together. Because what people were saying is that if you're shorter and you're jumping, you jump faster and farther or something. And then if you were shrunk, you were running faster. And then when Gith and I tried it in Fallen Pass the other day, he was running faster than me. But it could have been a latency thing. I could have lagged out where he didn't or whatever. But then I had Hoku was also saying the same thing. Hokushin, which I'm sure you've heard his name somewhere. But he's been saying the same thing. Like, a lot of people are saying that there's a difference in run speed based on being shrunk. And then now somebody in my ear is saying that it's based on agility. And I'm like, it's not based on agility. It's definitely not based on agility. But anyway, I appreciate you coming to test it out, because like that was the thing. I was like, I don't know. It's hard for us to test too, because we're seeing, the latency of it. But it looked to me like we were moving the exact same speed. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Shrink probably doesn't matter. My guess is the perception of how long is small. Yeah, it could be a perception thing. Absolutely. Jumping matter for sure. Yeah, jumping. So jumping definitely matters. If you jump, it is slightly faster. Every time you jump, you can gain a little bit of ground. But the size of your character does not seem to matter at all. It didn't in that case right there where we just tested it. So I don't know. I appreciate it though, Encrypt. Sorry for wasting your time, but hopefully we can now spread the correct news to everybody after some testing, some very quick testing, because it was, dude, this is highly debated between some people. Highly debated. Like at first people were telling me, I'm like, I don't believe that's true. And they're like, no, watch. And they were doing it, and I was like, okay. So, anyway, maybe I'm doing something wrong, or maybe, you know, we just proved it. Until you try to fit through a small opening, big old boy speed, it goes to 0. That's true. Ogres are big, and they do not make it through small openings. That is very true. Now we need to find out about the aggro distance, right? Are ogres, because they're bigger, is their aggro distance shorter? How much lower do you think experience needs to move? I think that experience needs to be overall, you know, a good 10 or 20% slower. So like at the low end, level 1 to 20, let's say, I think it needs to be much slower. And then 20 to 40, a little bit slower. And then 40 to 50, even a little bit less, but still slower. I would like it to be slower across the board. But, I mean, that just depends. Like, how long do they want it to be from level 1 to 60? Right now, it's anywhere from 400 to 500 hours of people that are grinding out XP. And that might be exactly where the devs want it. You know, 400, 500 hours is a lot of time for some casual people to put into the game. A lot of time. So, yeah. The curve just needs to be a bit more aggressive going from 5 to 40. I think so, yeah. I think so, too. But, you know, that's me. Anyway, where do we want to go? Do we want to go down to Demeter? There's, like, really nothing to get there, but I can get some enchanting supplies. Or... okay. Yeah, if we can camp like some easy... Yeah, we can take Ashira if she wants to go. Do we want to grab Ashira? No, we can grab Ashira. I'm sure she'll join us. Is Kaz coming? Kaz, are you there still? Oh, that's you. Okay. We can do upper salmon. We can do probably lower salmon. Should be really good with enchanter buffs and bard buffs. Rich limestone deposit. Is that... That's nothing that I need. Doink. Bye-bye. Oh. Alright, why don't we just buff up and then go... Or we could go to the Chieftain as well, the rats. What level was that? I don't know. I literally just asked what level it is. Just... I don't remember. We can go to Lower Salmon and do that stuff. I don't know, lower or upper, or are you saying mid tier? Yeah, we're all here. So let's just, you want an invis song? And then we can go up to the undead part, and we can IVU there. Eastar's favorite song, the invis song. Hang on, he's putting Sal on everybody. The invis song will give us the invis as well. Well, yeah, that happens too. I don't know. He's dealing with family stuff. Oh, the guy's running away now. Here. Did you get him? Oh. He started running away. All right. You ready? You know, auto follow on me, and we'll sing your song. Yeah, everybody's running the exact same speed. I'm shrunk. Yeah, we're all moving the exact same speed, it looks like. Like, I don't know. I think, you know, a lot of what people were saying was there's latency issues. There's all sorts of things going on. You know, and it I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'm glad that we tested it. From here on, I'm just going to be like, nope. Run speed does not matter based on your size. Jumping definitely gives you a boost, but your size does not change the jump speed either. Proven. We're done. It's out there. If people want to continue to debate that, sure, they can debate that. Are you singing? What are we doing? All right, let's go. Oh, Easter's stuck. Yeah, I don't think he meant to aggro those. Oh, maybe he did. I think actually, yeah, I think he's a wizard. He's probably quad kiting. Yeah, when Andy gets on, he'll be able to meet us up here. I think he knows how to get up here. So this is one of the dungeons, correct? What we're going to is kind of like an overworld dungeon, right? Just like an area within the overworld that is kind of like a dungeon. Way back up in here. No, it's still here. All right. Right around this corner. All right. Do we want to just pull to here, or do we want to pull to the ramp? All right. Shouldn't be. Any good loot drops? We might be going to where we're going to try to pull some name today. That's the plan. So we'll see how it goes. So yeah, here comes a Myrmidon now. I'm going to pull it. Oh, okay, she's got the... I think he's going to charm that Screevar for now. Level 60 max? Yeah, level 60's max. Yeah, people that say that blue mobs can't hit yellow mobs they're wrong. Yeah, but it still can work. Like, it still works really well. That's part of my problem with charm. Like, people keep saying, oh, it doesn't do anything when you get to higher level. It absolutely does. Exactly. Like, you could have them a good... Yeah, like charming... Well, charming a level 52, right, which is the max, and you're XPing on stuff that's like 55, 56, 57, works just fine. It's always been the case. Most MMOs and FPS based on computer specs, keyboard, ISP, likely keyboard was banned from Call of Duty. Your keyboard was banned from Call of Duty? Was it really? That's silly. I think a lot of games are starting to do that. I mean, this game is kind of cracking down on that some too with the well, don't worry about haste. I mean, alright, expected them to crack down on it with the ability to one macro thing. Yeah, well, yeah, and they are doing that, right? They've even said something to me about it in the past. So, like, I now just spam my zero key a bunch. Because I used to make I have a Corsair keyboard that has, like, the G1 through 6 keys. And I was using those to do whatever. be able to spam a button, and it caused issues clearly. So I've just stopped using those keys. And I just spam the 0 key. This doesn't make it more difficult or anything, just kind of makes it annoying, but it's fine. Yes. Well, turn it off and I'll see if it goes down. I've got 99 strength right now. It gives strength, right? Now I've got 95 strength. So, it did something. Alright, let's kill this one and then move into the ramp. Oh, I'm gonna swap. Alright, let's move in. Stay to the left. Don't aggro that watchman. If you do, it's fine. Alright, so we're going to camp here on the ramp here, right? Oh, we're going all the way to the bottom? Okay, that's fine. Oh, I remember what you guys are talking about now. Yeah. I never pulled this down here, but that's fine. Unless somebody... Yeah. There's the watchman, I think, is a pather. Well, I don't want to get... Oh, that's white. Whatever classes work decently enough with that kind of macro, most complex outside of the fighter. I mean, anything that just uses like martial abilities, you can do that with any of the tanks. You're just not going to be able to use your other abilities. Like, I still have to click my other abilities. Like, if I want to use Clobber, if I want to use Disarm, if I want to use Merciless Assault, and, you know, it just allows me to do my combat abilities. These first 5 is all it really does. All right, so we're hanging here, right? All right, I'll put a campfire right here. And then I'll try to pull to here. Yeah, well, we got an enchanter, so, you know, I'll try to pull a few, but that's a double. We're fine. We're fine. We have an enchanter. We're fine. We're fine. Enchanter and a bard. You're gonna keep that one charm? Alright. Alright, you keep that one charm. Oh my god. We have one that's mezzed out a little bit. Yeah, it's just auto pulling. I tried to, it just got yeah. What are you wearing? Earmuffs? Yes. 100% wearing earmuffs. What level range is the first dungeon in this game? 5 to 10. The Worm's Bane dungeon is like, you can go in as low as level like 4 or 5 and start doing the entrance with a group. Oh my gosh. Terrible timing. Yeah. Had a work call. Did you show off the run speed? We did the run speed thing, and we tested it. Encrypt was there, and it looks like it's perfectly fine, like it's normal. It was probably like a latency thing. Whatever was happening yesterday when we were doing it, it was probably a latency between two people or whatever. But everything seems to be working exactly as intended. So, all tested, all good, and yeah. Yeah, we'll keep pulling for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's... As long as we keep them broken, we should never get more than 2, which is fine with an enchanter. Because the initial break is going to be a pain. Well, it was a pain, but we're going to have to do that again, probably. Hopefully not. He's good. That's all right. She does what to do. Stay back, you know. And well, oh. Muriel Braum is like the low-level junk mob, right? Camp out right back here. Yes, right here. Right here is fine. Yep, behind the rock is perfectly fine. So we can do that after this. Kill these two, and then we can just wait for the 5 minutes or whatever. You know Isar's allergic to mana. Yeah, your allergy is acting up. Yeah, kill this, and then we'll wait for the 5 minutes. Well, it'll be like 2 minutes after we kill this. And then, yeah, should just be like a quick restart of the servers, I guess. And then we can continue. And if Andy gets on, we'll add him to the group. He can charm. He can charm over here too. What do you think of classes in general? Like, which one needs hard revisions, if any? Which are good where they're at, which are lacking? I mean, all of them. Yeah, maybe made a video YouTube on it. So, I mean, I've talked about it a lot. I haven't made a YouTube video on some of this stuff. I want to make some more, but I'm still waiting for them to do more with the game. There's a lot of balancing happening right now. You know, the short version of that is there's several classes that need some work. There's several classes that are in a pretty good place. All of them need a little bit of something. They all need to have a pass over just to see where they sit. I would say that the Rogue probably needs the most work. Wizard needs to have a little bit of look at it still, in my opinion. The Elementalist, I would like them to modify that a little bit. The Beastmaster is probably a little bit too strong on the tame pet side of things. Probably needs to be adjusted there. The Fighter and the Monk need to probably have some sort of more abilities, just something to go after, like that carrot that dangles. You know, that all of those need just to be looked at. Like, everything needs to be looked at. And there's other classes that are just really, really good that don't necessarily need to be looked at. I think the Necromancer's in a pretty good place. You know, little tweaking here and there, yes, but you know, needs to be not in a bad place. Come sit down here so you don't aggro up there. You know, Druid's in a pretty good place. Shaman, I think's in a pretty good place. Wizard quad kiting's good, but Wizard grouping probably needs to be looked at a little bit. Oh, man. So, yeah. What do you mean, Beastmaster or tame pet? Last time I played, we didn't have a tame pet. We just summoned a pet. Yeah, now you tame pets. You actually, like, go out, find a pet, tame it, and it's a, like, permanent pet that you summon. And it's very, very strong. So, yeah. You know. Anyway, some classes are in a good place. Some classes need to be looked at. Is the short version of that whole thing. All of them really need to be looked at in some way. Beastmaster sounds cool, like a Pokemon catcher class. Kinda, yeah. But you can only have one Pokemon. You know? You catch your Pokemon, and that's your Pokemon. It's your Pikachu, right? And then you have to get rid of your Pikachu to get a new Pikachu. Some classes, Rogue, need their kits actually implemented. Yeah, that's why Rogue is probably needs the most, because it doesn't even have its poisons yet. It's missing its poisons completely. So it kind of needs the most. We need to take a 6-week detour to only really focus on... Yes, exactly. Yeah, focusing on Archer and Beastmaster has kind of been like, well, what are we doing here? But it was different people working on those things. The reason that Rogue Poison haven't been in, to my understanding, is because Zilith was working on Beastmaster taming and the Wizard Staff. That's like Zilith's thing that he does, is he more implements the functionality for the classes. So they're kind of waiting to kind of build up those things. Please tell me you can still tame a croc. You should be able to tame a crocodile, yeah. Should be able to. All right, give me 1 second. Game's going down. Be right back in just a second while we're waiting for the restart. Game's going down real quick. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to grab a drink and all that kind of stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Patch required. Oh no. Repair? Did a repair? Will a repair get the patch? Maybe it won't. Let's log it out and back in. Not seeing a patch. Did you guys get a patch? Mine's saying patch required. Oh, close it down, open it back up. Now I'm seeing one. I close the launcher. Do you love Eminem? Is that understood? Yeah, I'm enjoying Eminem a lot. Really enjoying Eminem. I mean, there's obviously issues that I have with it, and I'm very vocal about those issues. But overall, it's a great game. It's a lot of things. Balance was not the issue because that wasn't his job. Bum, 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 bum. 100% start EA as a Beastmaster. A lot of fun. Well, make sure, I mean, Beastmaster is really strong right now. So don't expect Beastmaster today to be the same as early access. The foundation and how it plays is probably going to be the same. How strong it is probably not going to be the same. Like Beastmaster right now is one of the top classes. So yeah, I expect Beastmaster to kind of stay similar to where it is right now, but it's probably going to bring its power level down some. The pet might be a little too strong at the moment. Did you get an invite on GIF? All right. Do we need to do buffs or? All right. Why don't we charm the one that's on the ramps so we don't have to worry about that? What is making the Beastmaster so strong? It's pet. Yeah, the new tame system just stronger than the old pet system. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Beastmaster have to level their pets. They do have to level their pets, yeah. All right, so I'll start pulling from out here and try to pull as few as possible. Well, Yvette is up right now, too. I don't know, but they aggroed. Well, I tagged Yvette. Yeah, you can't, don't come in here and just like tag everything. I tagged Yvette. Oh, great. Now we got 3 coming back to us. Yeah, too many. Too many. Run, 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 run. Like, what the heck, dude? Way too many mobs. I don't need the speed. Probably just camping. This way, this way, this way. Where are you going? I'm going the long way. Honestly, we can probably camp right down here. I'm gonna try. Yeah, but you should have time. You should have time to camp. Yeah, I don't know which way you went. This is a gamble? Nah. We're good. Alright, I got out. No, Plagueborn Nobleman right here where I'm at. So that... Yeah, there was one on you, Gam, but we're good now. Did you camp out, Isar? Yeah. The guy in OC shouting about it. I don't know why you would run in there and just, like, aggro 4 mobs. Yeah, it's definitely a Leroy Jenkins situation going on there. Yeah, it's fine. Felix does come up here, yes. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Alright, yeah, so we should be good. He was up this way. Yeah, he should be up here. Oh, noblewoman. Jeez. It's fine. He charmed it. Or mezzed it. I'm typing, dude. Chill out. Your ADD is so bad. You gotta get a hold on that. Well, yeah, but your ADD is like so bad. You know your ADD is bad. You know it's bad. The Cody Vet? Discord being muted sometimes makes Criddle seem like a jerk, not hearing the other side. The banter is funny. Yeah. I mean, I am a jerk sometimes, I'll admit it. But no, he's got really bad ADD. Like, he's just all over the place sometimes. He's like, do this. You can do it now. Oh my God. It's like he freaks out in chat. And it's just like, calm down. Like, if we have, like, two mobs in the camp, right? One's mezzed, and you don't immediately attack one that's mezzed, like, immediately, watch you attack it. Attack it. Oh, my God, you got to attack it. And so we kind of pick on him all the time about that. Like, if I'm waiting for taunt to come back up, right? And in the couple seconds that I wait for taunt, oh my God, attack something. Do something. But that's just how he is. We pick on him a lot. Yeah, we're coming up behind all this stuff now. I don't know where you are. No, we see you right here. Sorry, you're good. All right, we're literally with you. Yeah, it's fine. He's not being rude. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I am rude. I will fully admit it. Sometimes I can be rude. I can be very short with people. I do that sometimes. Wait, are we in Viz right now? Oh yeah, we are. Oh, somebody aggroed. Somebody aggroed. That's a Shira. No. Watch out. Oh, it's stun. Oh my God, what are we doing? Where are you going, dude? Like, oh my God, you're killing me, Kaz. I don't think you have aggro, do you? No, I think Juneberry's got aggro. You're like running around with the Invis song and gonna get us all killed. Yeah, Juneberry was, or whatever's right beside you. Just camp again. And they're moving very slowly. So I don't think they're going after anyone because they're walking slowly. This is such a disaster. Such a disaster. I don't know, where's Ashira at? Is she, Oh my gosh. What a disaster this has turned out to be. Do 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 do. People are getting antsy. Fa la 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 la. We want to fight from here or IVU to down the ramp? Oh, she's here now, so yeah, we just IV you down to the bottom. Oh yay, the sun's coming up. Perfect timing. Alright, I'm at the camp without aggro. Looks like she got the charmed pather, bringing it down. So we should be good. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm just going to try to single pull them. We could try, but you have to be quick about it. Like, or you could try to go pull if you want to and try to single. There's one right there that we could pull right now. So I'm going to get it. I just want to get this one so we can get out of the way. Got a 22 on my fighter, orc group. Fighter feels very tough. They could use some cooldown, though. Who knows what the future expansion is? Yeah, I think that, you know, yeah, I agree. Like having their abilities, there are a couple of cooldowns that they have. They have a few that they can use, but nothing like great, you know? He's talking about trying to lull things. We might. I don't know. We might. It's a weird situation. I'll show you how many mobs are over here in a second. There's so many mobs like crammed into this one space. We're used to having a monk over here. Like, see how many mobs you have over here? There's just so many just kind of smashed all in together. Try to blow that one in the back. Well, I would wait. I mean, right. Yeah, I can get it now. Did it path funny? Well, yeah, but if you resist is the thing, DJ. Like, if low resist on the first one, you still get a bunch of mobs. So, that's kind of what we're looking at. But we have a Bard plus an Enchanter, so if we get 2 or 3, it's not really a big deal. Morning Coffee Guy solo, his way to 57 as a Necro. He did a lot of solo, but he also grouped. He did both. Same with, well, Cheeseburger, I think, did more soloing, but I don't know for sure. Which Bard would be better outdoor puller than Druid? You know, I don't like what they did with Lol. Lol being tied to Charisma, I think, was a very bad choice. It's a very, very bad choice. What? No, it's perfectly fine. No, yeah, me pulling is not the best idea. I can't do anything about it. If I tag a mob and another one spawns, there's nothing I can do. I mean, I could die. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. It's profane death over here. Yeah, I'm getting my buffs up. Let's kill Miriam Braum real quick. Like, I think she'll aggro, right? Or like social aggro, the others. Alright, let me just wait for one of these to path over here. Watch behind me. If you see anything pop, let me know. Yeah, it'd be a few. Looks like these two are going to come pretty far. Yeah, but once we break these, like, we should be able to non-stop pull and be fine. This is right here is going to be 3 minimum. Mm-hmm. That was easy. Got one. Ashira, if you want some more linen, you come down and grab it, or I can pick it up and share with you, whatever. Whatever's easy. I don't know how much you need. I just use it to break down and level tailoring. Feel infravision about darkness of the game. What do you think of mob AI difficulty compared to EQ? The AI in this game, I mean, it's about the same as EQ, but the difficulty is definitely lower, right? Difficulty of this game way, way, way lower. Right now. I'm hoping they increase that. How's the Stardew City performance after patch? Anyone know? I haven't been in there yet. I don't know if anybody else has. Hopefully it's better. They keep finding issues and fixing them, but... It was 3. It was 3, but Yvette's... No. Yvette might be solo. She's the only one coming this way, so we'll see. Took a hard turn. Whoa, that looks like a scythe in her hand. I wonder what that is. Alright, I can get 2. I'm going to do a 2 pull for sure. Ink 2. Let's mez whichever one, Ashira. Yes. Oh, I think that's the one that she tried to mess. Oops. If you get it solo, go ahead and pull it. But just, yeah, go pull it. Yeah, go pull it. I can off. Why? See, if you can get it solo, pull it. Like, come on. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. Yeah, like, you gotta double check, man. That was close. Yvette, don't mess around. Yvette, don't mess around, especially when you pull it with an extra ad when I already had one on me. What? Yeah. Don't. Just leave it for now. $824 and then 4 wisdom. I mean, it's okay, but my weapons, both of mine are better. Well, they're basically the same. Yeah, exactly. Crappy for a high mob. For the level of mob this is. You know, not good. That's the sickle I have on your shaman. Yeah. Yeah, it's the common drop off of Yvette. I feel like fighters need AoE hate proc that goes off every once in a while. There's not always going to be ground control. Yeah. So they don't want to have AoE threat. The idea is that you fight one mob at a time and you're supposed to mez the other mobs. Like, that's what crowd control classes are for, like the Enchanter. So, yeah. No, we're okay. We're okay. We just got to get, like, get him respawning, and then we'll be okay. No, because the Anarchist over there. That's the reason I didn't pull just now. It's because that Anarchist. This one's coming this way. It's 2. It's 2. I'm going to pull 2. My buffs are fading, though. It's, shaman buffs. Like, I get it. I get the reasoning. Yeah. I think everybody understands, like, the reasoning. It's just... I've seen a lot of people that are asking for, like, AoE thread and trying to, like, oh, well, if we have 3 in the camp, what do I do? You know, so I get it, you know, it's just people need to, we got to utilize the CC classes. And right now, unfortunately, people are just focusing on the charm side of things and not focusing on utilizing CC classes because people just, they get so hyper focused on damage. And like most damage done is best in this game. And I get that, but it's not saying you in particular, Justin Beard, just saying, you know, people in general. No, I pulled 2 last time. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of text messages. Trying to navigate real life, you know? Navigate real life. Ba, 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 ba. Bad lag spike. We think so, yeah. It seemed really slow. I meant to ask Encrypt about that. Encrypt, are you in here still? Did you know, or do you know if 49 is a hell level or not? I know it's not flagged as such with the flames, but 49 seems to be much slower than 48 and 50. Seems to be. We didn't actually test it or anything. It just feels really, really slow. Let me see. Let me catch up on some of this. Inquisitor essentially can AoE threat. They can, and so can a Paladin, technically, with their heals. I've definitely played in games where it's basically a glorified DPS check. EverQuest 2 is one of those. Yeah. What's a good peeler? A chaotic pull stabilizer. Monk. Monk is the best puller in the game. SK off tank niche role. Yeah, I mean SK is good for certain things. Are there any classes you have a hard time holding threat with? I mean, any of the knight classes are a little bit harder in some ways, but if you're spamming your abilities and using your abilities properly, you shouldn't have too much issue as a tank, but you also have to gear up with the tank. You have to get better weapons. So, that is a factor. Have you played other tanks as well? Yes, I have played all of the tanks in some capacity. I prefer the fighter because of the not needing mana, but not just that, the concentration does not, or channeling ability does not work very well. It's kind of annoying. I think there's another group deeper in. But yeah, I don't like the channeling because like you're tanking a mob and you get hit and it's just instantly, you know, stops the cast or whatever, interrupts the cast. So I don't know, it just feels bad. They need to work on channeling a bit. Tons of classes have root to help with CC. They do, yeah, they do. And you need to be using root. If you don't have an enchanter, you need to be using root. It works very well. An enchanter works better, and then enchanter also has buffs. But yeah. Real life, what's that? Exactly. I don't know. Breaking CC will kill everyone, though? It can, yeah. Flames are nice touch, gotta say. Fighter reminds me of the Warrior from EQ1, but with more abilities. Yeah, it's very similar. Very, very similar. Would you like it if Fighter had a different resource other than mana? Yeah, I would. I'd be okay with him using the stamina up here, the endurance bar or whatever, having a resource for that. So, like with the Merciless Assault here, that could be used for that, where it uses like 10 endurance every second, you know, to do that basically, to use that ability. Or you know, every second it uses endurance, and then you could actually add in like endurance regeneration abilities and you know, things of that nature to add to it. So yeah, endurance would be a cool feature to add to fighters. I'd be okay with that. Play SK right now, 35, and casting a 3-second leech feels bad. Yeah, anything over like 1 to 1.5 seconds, you just can't really get those spells off on night classes, which is why I don't like it. There's a stamina in the game so far. I don't know, only used for jumping. Yeah, exactly. You mean endurance? Yeah, endurance, stamina, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's fine. Are your abilities going off by themselves? I'm clicking them. Well, I've got a macro. I'll show you in a second. Macros. This macro is what I'm using. So basically, I just spam. I spam my hotkey for that macro, and that's how I do it. But it triggers. So like, all these abilities are on the same timer. So I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about because people don't understand how this works. So, taunt, battle cry, same timer. Rend triggers frenzy, armor break, and disarm on the global cooldown. But once you get them all going on separate cooldowns, you can then basically just do this, right? Which is kind of what I do. But I just hit one macro that spams all 5 of those. Is basically how it works. Can I bind an ability to say F1? I've heard Ranger is very carpal tunnel syndrome, spamming their weak heal. You could, but F1 right now is going to target yourself. It's an auto target to yourself. F2 will target, like in this case, Ashira, because she's number 2 in the group list. So F1 through 6 targets your party members, yourself, and then people down. But you can bind, you know, any of these over here to whatever key you want. Like 1 through 0 here are the number keys, but you can I bound my hotkeys down here at the bottom. I'm using numpad 1 through 0 or 0 through 9 or whatever for these numpads down here to all of these. Okay. Three in that room. Yeah, you don't want to pull those mobs to the side. There's no right here in front of us. This in front of me. All right. Well, we got one. I got one now. Like, we've got repop. So we should be fine. We still got one more mob we could pull outside of repop. But yeah, so like if you go here to the menu, right? Go to keybinds. And then you can change all your keybinds here. And if you can have a second keybind too, which is what I did. So I scroll all the way down to hotbars, hot buttons 1 through 0 or 1 through 10 here. Well, I guess I didn't change them on this character yet. But normally what I do is hot button 1 through 0 are my numpads. But numpad 0 is what I'm spamming down here for my macro that you see down here. So this macro that I created here, I drag down to hot button 0 down here, and I just spam it. So it's just constantly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Casting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's what I do. For fighter, it works. It will also work for Shadow Knight, for Inquisitor, for Paladin. You would just change the abilities you have in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like you would still have Rend, you still have Frenzy, Armor Break wouldn't exist, Taunt would work, and then Kick would work. But it would be different abilities. So instead of having Rend, it would be Slam. Instead of having Frenzy, it would be their class specific. So the Shadow Knight has Shadow Strike. The Paladin has Restorative Smite. And the Inquisitor has Dispelling Strike, I believe. So that's what would be in number 2. Number 3, whatever you want to put in there, taunt for number 4, and number 5 would be kick. So it would be the same exact thing for the knight classes outside of armor break. They're literally the exact same class. So like if anything that I'm doing right now, a paladin, shadow knight, or inquisitor could do, and they could hold aggro just fine. They don't have to be able to cast spells. The only difference is I'm dual wielding, so I'm doing a little bit more damage with my dual wield, but if they have a good two-handed weapon, they're doing the same damage as I am. There's really no difference. Like if I had a two-handed weapon, I would be doing the exact same DPS as the knight classes. Be zero difference. That's why people say, when people say that the fighter is a better DPS, they're absolutely wrong, because technically the other classes can do the same amount of damage with their main abilities. The only difference right now is the crit chance, which is like a 5% crit chance, and it can crit for 1 damage. So like it doesn't really do much. It can crit for higher than that. So yes, the crit does make a difference, but it's a very, very small difference. You move with the arrow keys. WASD. Yeah, WASD does this. So like this is WD, right? So I rotate back and forth WD, and then this is back and forth. So WASD. Don't fighters get triple attack? They get triple attack at level 55. That's why people are like, oh my god, they get triple attack at level 55, man. Like it's not like a super early. It's not a super early. That's with Miriam Braum though. It's not a big deal. But triple attack from 55 up, yes, does make a bit of a difference, sure. You know, it does increase their DPS some, but you also have to factor in the Shadow Knight and the Paladin and the Inquisitors, all of their spells that they have access to. Their haste, their feign death, their heals, their buffs, their life taps, all of that kind of stuff. Factor all that in too, and then be like, okay, do you want triple attack, or do you want to have all of that utility? It's a big difference. It's a very, very big difference. Fighters are not this be-all, end-all, amazing, best tank in the world. They have physical damage mitigation. That's what they do better than the other tanks. And that's it. That's literally it. Num 0 just seems like an odd key for WASD player. Well, I mean, it's just an easy key. I can still hit, 1, 2, 3, 4 on my keys as well. I also have it bound to my mouse. On my mouse, it's this key right here. Does the exact same button. Like, I just have it bound to different places. So, like right now I'm using my mouse while I'm using WASD. I can use my mouse to hit the same button. Right? But once I'm out of camp, I switch to hit 0. It just works for me. Out of tank classes, which one do you think is the most success soloing? Definitely SK. Yeah, Shadow Knight by far, Corda, is the best soloer. So I don't want people to also feel like I'm just like completely saying that the fighter is not a good class. The fighter clearly is a very good class. I'm playing it and I like it and it's good. But when people like whine about the fighter having more DPS, it's not true. Best benefit of the fighter is that they have no mana bar. Yeah, having no mana bar is nice, but I everything that I just said previously doesn't use mana. They have a slam, they have restorative smite or shadow strike or dispelling strike. They don't use mana. Then they also have taunt and they have kick. Same thing that a fighter would spam. Literally the same abilities. They're just different names with slightly different damages on them, but it's basically the exact same thing. So those other classes don't have to do anything outside of that. They don't have to spend their mana. And that argument to me is like it's a bad argument, right? They spend their mana to get things like Feign Death, life taps, heals, buffs. That's what they're spending their mana on. Those are all bonuses above their just normal fighting. So I don't know why people think that these knight classes are so bad. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't make sense. It'd be nice if Kick did some damage and if Shield Bash knocked the mob down. You know, I agree. I think we need more shield abilities for sure. Kick doing some damage, you know. The reason I kick is just to make sure that I keep acrobats leveled up, which my acrobats is capped now, so technically I don't need a kick. I don't need to have it in the rotation anymore. I could take kick out. I could also take taunt out. The reason I do taunt is because it's a martial ability, and you want to make sure you keep your martial abilities maxed, which is down here, which is also maxed. So I could probably take taunt out of the rotation as well. I don't technically need those two anymore, but I just keep them in there. Taunt definitely helps out in keeping the aggro on you. You know, we tested it the other day, and it doesn't. I just want to make sure that wasn't an Acolyte. Ink 2, one with Maiden. So, yeah. Anyway. I think they're all good. I think they're all good, too. I'm always excited to utilize the thing each one is good at. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was telling DM Tip, but he didn't listen to me. Maybe now he'll listen once you're saying it. People don't listen to me all the time, Batsuit. They don't listen to me all the time. I explain all this stuff to people so much, and they're like, wrong. Oh my God, Fighter's... like, literally, there's a guy that says Fighter is 25% more damage than any other tank. Based on what? They are... I would say a Fighter is 2.5% damage better than any other tank because of their crit. Their crit might increase their DPS by 2.5%. Right? Based on feels? Yeah, it's 100% based on feels. But it's just not... there's no facts behind it. I'm giving you the facts on how they're the same or very similar. Right? In fact, Frenzy scales poorly, whereas the other classes does not do this. Frenzy at level 1 is 20% weapon damage, and then it scales up to 40% weapon damage, and then it hits 4 times, right? And then it has +1 to 25 at level 60. So it scales where the other classes don't scale based on the level. So in fact, they are better. All of the other knight classes are technically better until higher level, right? Until higher level. Then Fighter does, you know, get a little bit better with their triple attack at 55+. I would agree with that. Because that triple attack, and when it triggers, it doesn't trigger. It's not like they get triple attack every single round. They don't. They have a chance to trigger triple attack. So a lot of people don't understand that either, where they're like, oh, Fighter gets triple attack. That means they're doing 3 attacks with this hand and 3 attacks with their offhand, getting 6 attacks every round. That's not how that works. They have 1 attack in their main hand with a chance to trigger double attack with their main hand, which could trigger a triple attack with their main hand. Same with their offhand. They can get 2 attacks per round. They can get 1 attack per round, or they can get up to 6 attacks per round. But it's not every round. So people don't understand how it works. They're just kind of throwing it out there. You say stop pulling? Oh. 2. So anyway, I'm around as well if you have enchanter questions. Yeah. If you have enchanter questions, there you go. I mean, I can answer some enchanter questions. We had an enchanter up to level 60. I know a good bit about enchanters, but not a ton. Somebody that plays enchanter would absolutely be a better resource than I am. But clearly, charm is not broken, right? It's not completely broken. You just have to gear for it. Charisma, get high charisma, charm works just fine. Low 55 for triple attack is kind of a joke. That should be like 20 to 30. I mean, maybe, but you know, every class gets a special thing around level 55. Like something unique to their class. That's different, like just kind of a bonus ability. But I wouldn't say every class, but most of classes do. Enchanters should get AoE charm? Yeah. Absolutely. That's 100%. You were saying that yesterday, Couch Potato. Don't worry, I saw you. Sorry, I was responding to somebody on YouTube. I try to respond there as well. What about itemization for tank classes? Do you get the equipment around the same stats? I assume warrior-specific equipment was favored for AC. It is not, no. They're all... It's basically the same equipment. In fact, I'm wearing probably stuff that a Shadow Knight would probably want. Or an Inquisitor. So, like... This right here... It's got 4 int on it and 5 mana. That's worthless for me. Both of those stats are worthless for me. What I want is a second one of these. Right? Because that's got 3 stamina, 10 HP, and 1 strength. I would like 2 of these. I only got 1, though. So, like, it's the same gear. We share the same gear for the most part. There's too much plate common drops. Yeah, there's tons of plate common drops. And a lot of them have int on them. Like... Another example. Polished Pauldrons right here. 39 AC, 3 int, 10 HP. So the HP is nice and the AC is nice. Int literally does nothing for me. So yeah, I would say that, you know, the knight classes have the better end of the deal when it comes to gearing. How much HP do you get per stamina? That changed recently. Let me see. It's based on your level, though. This is 1 stamina, 5... No HP. So, 1 stamina, so 2... Only 150. I'm getting 8 per stamina right now at level 52. It went up recently, Ashira. So, it went up to... Like, it used to be at max at level 60. It used to be 6 health per stamina. It was 5 at level 50. I think 4 at level 40, etc. Like, every 10 levels, it would go up by 1. But now, it's 8 at level 50. They increased it recently. I think other, like, tanks get that much, but the other classes don't get as much. That's a lot better. Yeah, it's a lot better, but we get less health per level now. So when you level up, you used to get like 30 health a level or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. But now you only get, let's say, 25. So the scaling went from levels to items. They did that in not the last patch, but I think the patch before that. Maybe it was the last patch. My Shaman 46 gets a 4 stamina buff. Yeah, so that's pretty big. You get 10 mana per int. Yeah, I get 0 mana per int. Yeah, I get 0 mana, so I don't think I get any mana at all for intelligence. I can look though and see. I don't think it does. Pretty sure it doesn't. Let's see. I have 15 mana right now, which is from my stuff. But if I take this bracer, it should drop by. Yeah, it's gonna drop by 5. But I mean, I don't use mana. It's not a mana class, so it makes sense. Shaman gets 9 per wisdom. Well, at what level? It depends on your level. So the higher level you get, the more mana you get per int or wisdom. So like a level 1 with like 100 stamina is not going to have 800 health, right? Because the health scales based on level. Maybe at 50 it bumps up. Yeah, it's probably at 50 it bumps up. I think it's every 10 levels it bumps up a tier. So you'll probably get 10 mana at level 50 per wisdom. That's my guess. I haven't personally checked it since the changes, but... She wants some of the linen. So I'll probably just share whatever I get at the end. Yeah, we'll figure it out at the end. It's not a big deal. No, I've already talked to her about it. I was like, I loot almost everything all the time. So, I know because nobody else loots stuff around here. You guys don't. Easter always complains like, clear these corpses so I can see. Well, yeah, but that's because nobody clears the corpses. Is your offhand weapon usually a smaller weapon like a dagger, short sword? It doesn't have to be, no. Offhand weapons, so there's a... If you look at a weapon, like this offhand weapon, it says primary, secondary. But sometimes it'll say primary only. And it can also say secondary, but like this weapon right here is primary, secondary, and it's a staff. So they can be bigger, or not a staff, but a mace. They can be bigger. They can be standard one-handed weapons. They can not be. What about my badonkadonk? Nah, I'm not overweight. They changed like, oh shoot, I got 3? How did I get these? I got 3 though. I don't know how I got these. I won't pull that. I thought it was gonna be 1. But it pulled extra. What do you think of playing on PvP server? Have you tried it? I never have, but curious. I mean, I could talk about the PvP server. I don't personally like the PvP in this game. I don't mind PvP in games where PvP is the main focus and the game is built around PvP. This game is not that. And PvP is not very balanced at all. So I would not recommend it to most people to try to play PvP in this game. But if you want to try PvP, go for it. I don't recommend it. Don't recommend it. Does AC scale with level as well? No. Well, kinda. I think that you need, depending on the mobs that you're fighting, I think there are AC breakpoints. I feel like there are. So like you're going to need to have higher AC depending on the mob level that you're fighting. So like if you're fighting a level 50 mob, you might need 300 AC. Otherwise, you're just going to get hit kind of a little bit harder. But it's mostly the way that AC works is mostly So a mob can roll for a maximum, let's say, it's like a D20, right? Let's say a mob can roll for 20 damage. A mob can hit for 20 damage. If your AC is 100, it might only hit, it could potentially hit between 20 and 18. If you have 200, it might be like 20 to 15. So like it increases the range in which the damage can be, but it can still hit for full damage. It just might hit for lower damage. So overall, it reduces the amount of damage you take overall. But if you get a bad RNG and you just get hit for max damage, like back to back to back, that can also happen. So it just kind of, it increases the RNG for you and makes it a little bit better. What's the strongest PvP class right now? I mean, I don't really know. I would say that Wizard's probably gonna be really good. Wizards can literally one-shot anyone in the game, potentially. Because the way resist work. So if I have maximum fire resist, that just means I have a chance to negate damage, but I can still hit for full damage. And Wizards can, theoretically, at level 60, nuke for like 3,000 damage. And a tank at level 60 with really good gear, not buffed, is going to have about 3,000 health. So a Wizard technically can kill anybody in one shot. They're going to be really good PvPers. So you're going to have to like gear for that. Basically gear really high fire resist and hope that you resist some of that damage. It's also likely that depending on the offense stat of the mob, once your AC hits a certain point, more AC may have no effect. It's potential, yeah. A lot of what I'm saying is not proven. It's just basically it seems the way that's how it works. But like offense kind of counters defense, right? So if your offense is 100 and their defense is 100. This isn't exactly how it works, but think of it as like a 50-50 chance to hit. Whoops. So like, you know, you have as much of a chance to hit them as they have a chance to avoid being hit. But if your offense is like 200 and theirs is 50, you're going to have a much higher chance to hit them, and they're going to have a much lower chance to avoid getting hit. So that's kind of how offense and defense works. It's like a comparison, right? And then you also factor in your slashing skill. I think your slashing skill is more so factors into you have like you're rolling a d20. So if you have a really high slashing skill and you're rolling a d20, you have a chance to hit for 0, but you have a chance to hit for 20. But it kind of adds more weight to the higher end as your skill gets higher, I believe is how that works. Of course, these things need to be thoroughly tested somehow, and I don't have formulas to test them, but that seems to be how it works. Seems like Archer and Rogues both do well in PvP. Yeah, they can do very well in PvP. I'm on a PvP server, and the only PvP that seems to happen now is exploit with guards or luring a bunch of mobs on you. Yeah, that's why I don't play PvP in a game like this. It's not built around PvP. It's built around using exploits, griefing other players, and just all around making other people's lives miserable while playing a video game. That's how people PvP in a game like this. That's why I won't do it. It's not a fun experience. And devs are going to have a hard time trying to deal with all that. They're already going to have a hard time trying to deal with people that are cheating and exploiting and all that kind of stuff. And now, on top of that, they have to deal with people griefing other people just because they think it's funny. I don't find it funny at all. I love the PvP aspect. Like, if you can actually have PvP in this game, like in Rallos Zek back in 1999, when you had guilds and players that would actually work with each other and they wouldn't gank people out of nowhere. You know, if you're fighting a mob, they would respect that you're fighting a mob, let you finish fighting the mob, and you know, they wouldn't just gank you while you're fighting something. sure, you could do that sometimes, you know, and in PvP that's okay, but I think it's, you know, hey, I went AFK for 30 seconds. I'm sitting down meditating. I have 0 mana because I just fought a mob. You know, like that's just, it feels bad. It feels really bad. Ink 2. He did that the other day. He was so low on health that my taunts did literally nothing, and he kind of ran through a mob and it killed him. If you get below like 10% health or 5%, something, it's something low, it you cannot pull aggro off of them if you're near them. Yeah, they won't chase you. It's very possible, yes. Anyway, that's why I don't PvP. If you want a PvP, I'm all for it. I mean, I know there's people out there that love PvP, and that's okay. I just want people to be aware that this PvP in this game is very different than PvP in probably any other game that you've played. Classes are not going to be balanced around PvP. It's going to be gank central. It's going to be grief central. People are going to use exploits and kill you. It's going to be a hassle and a headache for you. If you're willing to put up with that so that you can PvP, then go for it. FFA PvP server on launch. Oh yeah, DAOC. DAOC, man, is totally different game. I'm telling you, do not expect DAOC on this. There's no faction-based PvP. None of that. It does not exist. So it's a very different animal. You played EQ PvP. If you played EQ PvP, then yeah, that's very similar. But also remember, back in 1999, early 2000s, people were not as terrible online, right? Not as many. Today, oh gosh, dude, those PvPers are just brutal. They're just buttheads that like to grief other people. They get a kick out of it. Point of PvP is to grief. It really is. It really is. But yeah, if you're okay with that, by all means, go PvP. Have fun. I mean, it sounds like WoW open world PvP back in classic TBC. You couldn't go to Stranglethorn Vale. Well, yeah, it's like that, but that was a faction-based PvP, was it not? What? Shield off the quartermaster. Oh, I mean, I probably could. I don't know. Some items you can't right now for some reason. Yeah. I don't have it. I don't have one of those shields. That was a long time ago. I think I gave that away like a week ago. It was a big shield. It was like a shield for tanks. I think it was tanks and cleric, maybe. Yeah, it was like a kite shield. It was a larger shield. That should be good. You get coin when you kill. Yeah, if you kill somebody in PvP, you can loot their coin. There's talk of looting items. You can't do that right now, but there is talk of looting items. Like one item or maybe all items. We're not sure. They haven't really announced how they're going to do that yet. We can do Grim Tide when Andy gets on. I don't see it. Is it back there? Oh, you're talking about over there. Yeah, we could try to pull it. You might need to lull. Yeah, so like these mobs right in front of me. Yeah, lull whatever. I've got the handmaiden targeted, so. Yeah, there's 2 on the other side of that wall though. I think it's going to pull more. Nope, that's all 3 are coming. That's 5. 5, 5, 5. Arcanist. I'm snared. That's why I was saying we need to pull or lull the ones around the corner. That they could easily roam in too. Yeah, if we can move those closer with something. Andy, we're in salmon. Lower salmon, middle salmon, whatever it's called. If you want to join us. Yep, add around the corner on me. Yeah. Like what we needed was those other ones lulled around the other side. Okay, don't touch him. She's gonna try to Mimbler some away, so don't touch him. Add maiden over here. 2 of them broke. They're all on Gith. I'm going to save the Arcanist for last. Keep that mez, because that's going to hurt. Waiting for taunt. Yeah, let it nuke the pet. It's on me. Guess mana's low. Get us noble woman so we don't get more ads. Looked like she had the helmet, by the way. Whatever the headband was. I didn't loot it yet, but it looks like that's what's on her. Yep. I think she's got it. We good? Break an Arcanist. I'll get the Arcanist next if it has no mana. Probably lowest health. This is why you want an enchanter, guys. This is literally why. That enchanter just basically made this possible. Without an enchanter, we would have wiped or had to run. What's your opinion on TTK changes and how long it takes to kill without a charm mob? Without a charm mob, like I like the TTK changes. I want them to slow the game down quite a bit. I'm happy with that. I think TTK needs to be about 30 to 40 seconds, you know, like 45 seconds would be best, would be my preferred TTK. Or even longer in some cases. Like named should take longer. They should take like a good minute and a half. So. Oh, yeah, that's very good. That's good for her. She can keep it. Oh, she can't use it. Well, that's dumb. Yeah, I guess take it on Gam for Bard. You want to loot it? You want me to loot it and give it to you, Gam? On Gam or what? Oh, I looted it. I'll give it to him. You going to eat real quick? That caused everything to respawn over here, so. Maybe, yeah, then insane fighter DPS for Mez. Yeah, for the Inquisitor Mez. That's the thing, man. Like, an Inquisitor is really good because they can Mez. Like, people just, they underestimate some of these classes. It's crazy to me. Oh, Inquisitor sucks. No, it doesn't. It can freaking Mez. Ink one. AOA opened for a flash test. Ooh, yeah, go play some AOA if you guys can't play this. Get in on AOA. Jump in on it. You have any advice on how to assign starting stats for an SK? Strength, stamina, intelligence, dexterity seem equally valuable. They're all very valuable, yes. You know, it really depends. Agility is also valuable for a Shadow Knight because they're going to be tanking. I would not put them into int, to be honest. I would probably put it into stamina for more health pool, or strength for more damage. Those would be the two that I would probably go with. But we don't really know what the stat caps are, if there's going to be stat caps, or what they will be if there are stat caps. I think the stat caps are 255, but I have no proof of that. Just kind of basing it off of a lot of things. And they could always increase that, right? In the future, they could change that. Because right now, it's not really possible to hit a stat cap. Even at level 60 with the best gear in the game, I was unable to hit stat cap on my fighter for any stat. So, you know, they could always increase it at any point if they wanted to. But I would say for a tank, stamina is very good because you want to have as much health as possible. It's almost like one of the best stats for you is health. Agility, though, is pretty good for tanking because it increases your chance to dodge, block, and parry. Closed alpha, we had a Beastmaster that hit like 180 strength. Yeah. I think my highest stat was about 180, 190, something around there on strength or stamina or something. That's the highest I ever got. I think 255 is the cap, though. I'm reading on Reddit that agility is pretty powerful right now in terms of damage mitigation. Yeah, it is. Agility is very strong. That's why. So what I did on my fighter, this fighter right here, I took fortitude for the 5% increase in stamina, and I pumped. I maxed out my stamina at whatever it was, 28 or whatever, and then I put in my last 2 points that I had. So I put 8 points or whatever it was into stamina, and then the rest I put in agility. Yeah, I've got it here. I tried to trade it to you, but you're okay. Yeah, he was here. I told him to come down here if he wants to join. AOA has just the right amount of quality of life while having that old school identity, which helps it feel more intentional and not frustrating. Yeah, I think that's true for AOA. Like, I think, you know, AOA might be a better game for the more casual player than Monsters and Memories. It might end up being better for a lot of people because of the quality of life. I think that Monsters and Memories needs more quality of life. Taking a break then from that one. We want to kill this. Have we gotten any word from the devs regarding changing and how the stat trait activities abilities work? Not yet. I don't think so. No. Ashira, did you want to kill that, or Gist got to take a quick break? He's gonna eat some lunch. I'm probably gonna eat some lunch here pretty soon. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know how that's going to work with int, wisdom, stamina. I would prefer when you use like fortitude, wise, or intelligent, that it increases your maximum and your current equally. I don't think it would be that big of a thing to do, and I think it would help out casters quite a bit. It's only going to be, you know, like, it's based on your actual increase in int and stuff, right? So let's say you're getting 10 mana per intelligence, and it increases your mana by 50%, and you have 100 mana. It's only going to increase it by 250 mana. So it's basically just going to give you one spell. Like, it's not huge. I personally think it would be okay, but I don't know. Balance issues, I don't know. You know, for balance reasons, that may be too much. Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice to get a free spell out of it. Once every 5 minutes, get one free spell. I mean, I think it's okay. I don't see why it would break the game or how it would break the game. It'd be easier to get your kids to play AoA because of the graphic style. That probably is. That's true too. Yeah. Probably true. Probably true. Yeah, Nick streaming. I saw that. I mean, yeah, whatever, you know. He's got to do something. Got to do something. I don't know. Maybe he's going to just become a full-time streamer now instead of game dev streamer or whatever. Anyway, sorry, I'm reading something. We're taking a quick break. I think Isar is going to eat some lunch. Oh boy. Well, yeah, I think Nick's talking about the EverQuest, the new EverQuest announcement that we kind of talked about a little bit ago. He's going over his thoughts on it, and that kind of thing. So, you know, I personally don't like the idea of the new EverQuest server. I'm not a fan of it, but that's because I want the social gameplay. I don't want the single-player gameplay. I didn't like THJ for the single-player gameplay of it. So I don't really want to play whatever they're doing with it. Yeah. Like, it's not for me, man. Not for me. He addressed the elephant in the room early. Even went on to talk about EQ Legends announcement. It's fully soloable. 1999 Kunark. Yeah. Since it's not focused on grouping, I'm out. Exactly. I'm completely out. Reinstalling seems to have fixed it. Thanks, gang. Yep. Awesome. But yeah, I agree with you, Nova. I agree with you. I'm out since it's a solo-driven game. But wish them luck. Hopefully they do it. I agree about the new... Yep. You out too? Yeah. It's just not for me, man. Not for me. I'm sure there will be tons of people that play it and are going to enjoy it and they're going to have fun with it. Go for it. Have fun, you know. I wish them the best of luck, and I hope that they have fun with the game. So there you go. Yeah, I heard that apparently somebody already commented on my thing. A comment that Nick made, I guess, earlier in his stream already, where he said that he did nothing illegal on his part. And okay, cool. I didn't think he did anything illegal. I think that people that are coming up with like all these crazy things, that's the speculation that I'm just like, oh my gosh, guys, like just stop. Just stop. You know, saying that Nick did something illegal or Sean did something illegal or the company did something illegal or whatever. Like that stuff is just, it's 100% hearsay. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Like, who cares? Oh, I'm telling you, he took the whole box of chips from Costco and didn't share. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe that's it. He took the box of chips from Costco. He didn't share them with the rest of the people in the office. Like, you know, that's grounds for something. I just think the whole thing is silly, you know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. But hopefully Nick does what he wants to do. He seems to be, his stream started to take off a lot. So honestly, he'll probably go back to streaming a bunch. That's my guess is what he's going to do is he's going to start streaming again and continue doing that. His streams for Monsters and Memories, his streams were a good source of income for him. So if that continues, I think he's going to be just fine. I don't see any issue. He's still also an owner of Niche Worlds Cult. So if he can now stream to his heart's content, make money that way, and be an owner of Niche Worlds Cult, still making money through this game being developed, and he doesn't have to develop it anymore. I mean, honestly, it's kind of a win-win for Nick. Seems like a win-win right now. Like, we'll see what happens later on and how things play out, but as of right now, seems kind of like he's winning. Frankly, I think both parties dropping nuggets of info isn't helping anyone. I agree, Nova. I agree. I think that, you know, like a more PR'd approach would have been better all around. I think that Sean going in and talking, somebody, you know, needed to make an official announcement from Niche Worlds Cult, and I think Sean kind of did that, and I appreciate Sean doing that. And then Nick kind of making his official response or whatever. Sure, people want the information, but I honestly, I'm going to say it this way. And this is going to sound bad. I think both parties need to stop talking about it, because to me, what it feels like to me is trying to gain clout, trying to gain, you know, acceptance from the community, and that's not going to happen. Right? It's not going to happen. People that like Nick and don't like Niche Worlds Cult are going to continue to like Nick and not like Niche Worlds Cult. People that like Niche Worlds Cult and don't like Nick are going to continue to do that. People that like them both are going to continue to do that. People that don't like either one of them are going to continue to do that. Literally all this is going to do is just fuel the fire and make it worse for both sides. You know, it's almost like a little... It's like a little Twitter battle, but back and forth between two people that don't like each other. You know, it's streamer drama kind of thing. That's what it seems like to me. It just, the whole thing just feels bad. It feels really bad. I wish both sides the best of luck in whatever it is they do, and hopefully we can just not continue to talk about it. You know. That's my hope. But we'll see what happens. I mean, it's giving me some content to talk about, so sure, I'll use it. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna jump right in there, do the same thing, and people are gonna, you know, they can say what they want about me. You know, like, oh, well, Criddle's talking about it, blah blah blah. He's clearly like, sure, I'm mentioning it. Okay, cool. I'm like the news when it comes to Monsters and Memories. I'm the news. Of course, I'm gonna mention it. Right? Of course, I'm gonna mention it, and I'm gonna talk about it. But Outside of that, whatever. Whatever. I scrubbed to find Nick's statements. I don't know. His whole thing is just weird. Yeah, the whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird. So, yeah. I don't... I got DMs. Who do I have DMs from? Oh, Slayheim. Okay. I'm gonna be talking to Slayheim. We're gonna be doing like an interview thing. Maybe tonight actually. Let me see. Hang on. I messaged Andy to see what was going on because he joined Discord, right? And then he left. Okay, did you read what he said? Okay, I just sent him a message on Discord, so I'll see if he says it. He's replying now. Let me see what he says. Yeah, I told him we had 6 mobs on us. Okay. All right, he just said he's dealing with some stuff. Like family stuff. So he'll be back whenever he can get on. We want to kill this watchman, or are we waiting for... Oh, add. Alright, that's her pet. Yeah. We can just fight until Kaz gets back, I guess. That's fine. I'll try to do slow pulls. This watchman will come over here. We can single pull that. Yeah, you were just kind of tagging along. Honestly, your DPS wasn't doing much. No news is good news? Yeah. I agree, Pacer. No news is good news sometimes. You know, some of the I need to start doing what like Co-Carnage and stuff does with my content. I need to start taking clips and putting them in as shorts on YouTube. I guess I should probably start doing that. Like the clip of earlier of Co-Carnage talking about EQ Legends. You know, basically that's what a lot of his content is these days. I mean, outside of his streams and stuff. But I don't have a team, you know? I don't have a team behind me doing a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Deal with what, pet? What's wrong with it? I might give EverQuest Legends a try. Seems interesting at least. I'm not. I won't give it a try. I don't want a solo MMO, which is what EverQuest Legends turned into, or basically is. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be fun for some players, but I don't want to have the a game that's super solo heavy. It's not for me. You know, there's gonna be a lot of dad gamers out there though. A lot of people that are like, hey, I want to be able to play the game and see EverQuest in that light, and I'm like, okay, well, have fun. I hope you enjoy it. Really hope you enjoy it. That's because you can blow through mobs faster, easier. I mean, are they in a full group, or is it just... Yeah, and I wouldn't go higher either. Definitely not the best experience, but I think at least I'd enjoy it for a month or so, exploring all the places that I just didn't get to when I played Green. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I don't have any interest in going back to EverQuest, though, to be honest. Like, I have zero interest in going back to that game. I feel like, you know, I've played it, I've been there, I've done that. I want something new. I wonder what that's going to do, though, to the P99 servers, right? Like, because if they're hiring secrets and basically taking people away from the P99 servers, does that mean that P99 is going to go away, or is he going to be able to work on both of those? You know, what's going to happen there? 2. Yeah, this one. He walked out after I tagged this one. I'll interrupt the big nukes. Let him use the little nukes and interrupt the big ones. Everyone would D-level and PvP low levels with Fungi Tunic. Wait, are you talking about PvP in EverQuest? Yeah, that was a whole thing, Kevin. You're way behind on chat though, or on the stream. Like, how far behind is the Twitch or YouTube stream? Holy moly! We were talking about that a while ago. Oh, wow, that's kind of broken, I think. I mean, I guess it's not really broken. It's just... Is it 30? I thought it was like 12. Last mention on YouTube was about EQ PvP from DM Tip. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing some of the... Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, that was from a little while ago, but... Yeah, YouTube is... much quieter than Twitch chat, usually. Fewer people over there. But that's all good. We'll split we'll split everybody up. Maybe I'll start streaming on TikTok next. I don't know. We'll see. Now, I'll probably stick to Twitch and YouTube. Co-streaming there. It makes it easy. Easy squeezy lemon peasy. I mean, do we want to try to pull so we get Yvette? Or whatever the other one is? Yeah, we can pull those, you know, lull them and not pull 5 at once. That's what I'm saying. Lull those and then split those up, and then you could try to lull the other ones. And if we get 3, 3's fine. We don't want to get 5 again, though. June 1st EA, will servers be fresh and everyone start at level 1? Yes. Yes, Uncle Joe. All fresh servers for your early access. Everybody's level 1 again. So it's fresh start, equal footing for everyone. YouTube is more job PC friendly? Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Who? Who are you talking about? I think what a lot of people miss the Enchanter is the fact that I literally almost never even moments respite. I'm in groups for hours and it takes longer than 16 seconds for me not paying attention for the pet to break. Yeah, that is that's true. Yeah, with pets, you do have to kind of babysit them a lot. You know, you can't really look away. You can't not pay attention. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're right about that, Nudiac. Sandwich combat. Some classes have like chicken wings combat, and others have, I don't know, like you can't eat anything combat. Like you could literally play like an elementalist, and as long as your pinky is available and you can just kind of go boop, you can play the elementalist. Just have to hit that button every now and then. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some people got to do it all, man. I mean, that's the thing about charmers, right? I will say that about the charm classes. I think charm is overpowered. It's way, way too strong and needs to be nerfed down. But you do have to babysit your charm pet. You can't just, like, not pay attention. I will give them that. I do have a coffee maker within arm's reach, so I'm quite content. There you go. Yeah, you're good to go. You're rocking it over there. I mean, you're doing great, I think. Great enchanter. Not just classes, but roles. If main tank or puller aren't locked, you know what I mean. Oh yeah, exactly. Like main tank is another one that's they got to be paying attention. Pullers, they got to be paying attention to what's going on to keep things. You know, there's certain DPS classes though that are just kind of a joke. You love that aspect? I mean, it can be good. You have like certain people that play certain types of classes. You know, you want to have a high APM class, you play like a bard. You want to have a lower APM class, you play a cleric. With all the recent balancing, would you say is the role of the Inquisitor? Well, it's still a tank. And the Inquisitor is going to be a very good... it is a good tank for grouping. But it's going to be like a tank mixed with an Enchanter. So if you don't have an Enchanter in your party, having an Inquisitor is a very good option. So say you go Inquisitor with a Shaman, and then just get some DPS. Or an Inquisitor with a Druid or whatever. Get some good DPS. You know, you still have some of the Enchanter buffs. You have the Enchanter Mez. You know, you have all that stuff. They're also the best overall. They're also the best overall tank when it comes to magical mitigation. I got two plus the... it's 3, but it's this one, you know, garbage. Spellblade still considered among the higher DPS classes. It is at the higher levels, yes. At the lower levels, it's not because you're not geared up. You need to have pretty high dex for the Spellblade to be good. So when you get to higher levels and you have some good gear with high dex, fast weapons, then yeah, Spellblade is still very, very strong. How important is race? Not super important. It's not super important. You know, the racial stats in the beginning help you a little bit, but it's not going to be overly dramatic in the end. But your racial trait might be, depending on your class. So some of the racial traits are just better than others for certain classes. So for example, I'm playing a dwarf. I have stone form as my racial trait, which increases my damage mitigation by a substantial amount, like 10% or something, a good amount. And, you know, very, very good ability for a tank. But for, like, some classes, it won't really matter. I decided to play Future as an SK and not decided what race is better for tank. Yeah, I mean, races for Shadow Knight, what do they have available to them? Ogre, human, goblin, maybe? Could goblin be a Shadow Knight? Actually, I don't know. Goblin probably not a good one if they can be. Ogre is an okay one because of slam. So Ogre Slam is pretty good. Deep Dwarf. Deep Dwarf, we don't really know what it's going to have because it's not available yet. But as far as like starting stats are concerned, it won't make too much of a difference. Your main stat is probably still going to be capped at whatever it's capped at, which will be like, you know, 20, 26, 27, 28, whatever it is based on your race class combo. And then your secondary stats are really what's going to matter. So, like, I capped out my stamina. So my stamina, whether I'm an ogre or a dwarf, is the exact same. And then I believe ogre strength is maybe a little bit higher than dwarf. It's not much higher, but a little bit higher. Agility, I think, on the dwarf is a little bit higher. So overall, my main stats are about the same between an ogre or a dwarf as a tank. I think ogre has like 2 more stat points more than a dwarf for the main stats, but it's not really enough to make a big deal. Gnome racial is OP for pulling. I mean, it can be because it's slippery is what it is, which removes what root and snare effects. So it can be very nice, but it is on a 5-minute cooldown. So you have to factor that in. 5-minute cooldown is a pretty long time in a game like this. You know, nice when you're trying to get away. It could have saved me a couple times if I would have had slippery when I've been running away from mobs and, you know, just hitting or getting rooted or something. So it can be very nice. Which ranged melee class? Wait, which ranged melee class is better? Ranger or Archer? Well, Archer is like 99% ranged. Very little melee capabilities. I would not recommend playing an Archer in melee at all. A Ranger is a mixture between ranged or melee, but can't really do both at the same time. You're going to either choose one or the other. But they do both of them well. I mean, all mortals will be able to join this game on weekends? Yes. Coming weekend, yes. 27th, 28th, 29th. Archer damage is ridiculous. It's pretty high, yeah. Archer damage is pretty high for the class. I took Fortitude for my main combat trait. I just wanted the extra 5% stamina, which adds up. But yeah. Access will be for all time. What do you mean? For everybody? Yeah, from Friday at 1 p.m. until Sunday at 1 p.m. everybody has access to the game. Can you play solo as Archer 2 if you have place to kite? Yeah, they can kite fairly well. Yeah, they can absolutely kite. I can kite 2 red casters at once with Archer in the 20s. That's, that might be a little too good. What is the game? Yeah, it's going to be locked again after that. It's just going to be a weekend test. Weekend kind of like stress test kind of thing. Will they be closing the beta server? My guess is yes. I mean, I don't think they've officially announced that, but the alpha server was always closed while the open servers, so that the closed servers were always closed while the open servers were open. And vice versa is what they did previously. I'm assuming they're going to do the same thing this weekend. Playing an alt druid and was invited into a 2 ranger, 2 archer party. And they did Black Tide Bay. Yeah, I'm sure it was ridiculous. Now, were they cheating doing it? No, insane thing was just nuts. Tanking was just them spreading out and pulling aggro back and forth, and the mob was snared, so no one got hit. Yeah, absolutely bonkers. Yeah, they got to fix that kind of stuff. Like, that's the kind of balancing issues that are a problem right now. That I hope that they fix. But we will see. We will see. To get beta access, exclamation point beta, you can try to get beta access. You can enter the lottery and see if you can get in. That's all I can say about that. Good luck. Do you think Archer is broken right now? As much as I love it, yeah. I mean, it's definitely too strong of a class at the moment. I agree, it's too strong of a class. Ranger arrow keeps aggro the whole time. Yeah, it's a taunt arrow or the threat arrow, whatever. Yeah, it's the threat arrow probably needs to be toned down. They shouldn't have an arrow, a ranged arrow that gives threat. To be honest, like that shouldn't even be a thing. I think it's kind of silly. Like I understand, I guess the use for it, but because they can snare a mob and just kite it around, it basically makes a ranger snaring a mob. And then threat arrow plus 5 archers. It just makes it way too strong. Like way too strong. Diminishing returns. I mean, it would, but you know, like having the snare kiting should be a thing. Like I don't. It'd be tough. Like you can't really take away snare kiting. Like quad kiters, the wizard and druid quad kiting should be a thing. Snare should be a thing. Like being able to snare mobs. If we start taking away the ability to snare, you got to change a lot of other things. So I don't know. It would be a tough one to balance. Can't root rot as a shaman. Yeah, root breaks pretty easily. Trying to root rot, but a shaman can usually face tank mobs, right? A shaman can usually like debuff, attack speed slow a mob, and then just face tank it. So I don't know. You can cheese a lot with that mechanic, yeah. Only snare kite things that you can kill in a reasonable amount of time frame. Slow down Sal a tiny bit, or speed up mobs a tiny bit, maybe. Well, I think every named mob needs to have like automatic haste. Like named mobs should have not haste, but Sal, like a 40% base run speed bonus all the time, to at least prevent people from kiting around named mobs forever, right? Can't nerf it all. Yeah, I agree. You gotta nerf some and you gotta buff some. It is definitely better to nerf if you can. Because if you buff something, if something is too strong, and instead of nerfing that one thing, you have to buff multiple things, then that's not good either. But yeah. Is that agility? PCs are too strong. We can definitely nerf them all. In some ways, you can nerf a lot of stuff, yeah. It's funny, Rangers weren't seen as great in vanilla. Guess we're seeing why. Well, yeah, they had to nerf a lot of their abilities, I'm sure, in classic EQ, because if you put them in too strong, like there's other issues, right? Easy to CC higher level mobs is why it seems OP. Otherwise, I should take a long time to kill things like a normal group. Yeah, CC is not too difficult. Yeah, not too difficult. I don't think it's reliant on charisma or anything, though. I'm pretty sure it's just reliant on magic resist. That's what it seems to be. Wonder if they will lower the rates a bit. I don't think they need to necessarily make it more difficult for enchanters to mez. I would rather them reduce the enchanter's charming abilities. But, yeah. If they increase the cost of mana to mez, that's another solution. Yeah, there's a lot of solutions, a lot of things that they could do to balance things, and it's just a matter of what the best solutions are. Yeah, well, what they could do with that, DJ, is they could make it to where mez, like the low-level mez, can't mez anything over a certain level, and you have to have a higher level mez that costs more mana. That's something they did in EverQuest later on, like in Kunark era. They had specific, mezes for certain mobs that was just higher mana cost, shorter duration. Because the mob was just like resistant to the mez or whatever. They should add higher level short duration mezes. Yeah. Like for certain monsters, I think that like a golem, right? This big, giant, hulking, golem. You should be difficult to mez that, and it should require a higher level spell that is shorter duration. Cost a little bit more mana, shorter duration, just to make it a little bit more difficult. Been using my level 12 1 minute mez. I've never used any higher. Yeah, I think they should probably give you like a higher level mez, or that one mez should be based on your level. You can mez things up to so many levels higher than the player, or something along those lines would also be okay. You're not going to like what I'm going to say. You said, don't worry, we have Chanter here. If they nerf Charm, too bad. You will lose a lot of DPS. No, I like that. I prefer that. I like exactly what you're going to say. Mana would be hard for a healer to keep you healed. Nope. I prefer that. Absolutely would prefer that. What? Yeah, I've got Zeal. Yeah, I think that reducing charm is a good thing, and the healers will still have plenty of mana. They're not. It's not gonna be a ton. The enchanter is gonna give them mana regen. That's what the enchanter does. Mana regen and CC, haste to the DPS, the melee DPS. You know, like. I think, like, the amount of damage, I don't think you guys realize the amount of damage that these Charm Pet does is way too much. Also between stacking Enchanter, Bard, Elementalist, Monk, mana regen buffs, nobody should be critical. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be nuts. And we're gonna have an Enchanter, an Elementalist, and a Monk in our, well, probably in our static group for early access. Like, we're just gonna be missing the Bard. It's gonna be like, mana should not be much of an issue. I don't know how much Monk is giving with the mana though, with their proc. Has anybody tested that? Any monks actually tested that new thing? The new ability. It's nothing. The mana amount is not good. It is like 5 mana at level 60. Doesn't seem like it would be that much. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it'd be that good. It needs to be higher than that if you really want to make it good. Or it gives you like 5 mana regen for like 60 seconds. And it gives everybody in the party a 5 mana regen, like an extra clarity type of spell. That would be okay. And then the idea is to maintain that spell with the monk. That would probably be worth it. But 5 mana, that thing only procs like once a minute. So you're adding in like 5 mana over a minute. It's like nothing. It's what it seems like, but I haven't tested it, so I don't know. Does Enchanter get a pet bar and have active, or its abilities are just doing so much damage with auto attacks? The Charm Pet is just auto attacks. Just does a ton of damage with auto attacks. Like a silly amount. But you also have to factor this in too. If they took away Charm, if Enchanters did not have Charm, what would that do? They're just going to use their, like, let's just say they remove Charm. They're still going to have a summoned pet that they can have. Their summoned pet does damage. It doesn't do as much as a Charm Pet, but it still does damage. On top of that, the Enchanter gives the tank a enchant ally, which increases the health of the tank, and it gives them a rune shield that they can put on the tank every like 30 seconds. So that will reduce the amount of mana that a healer has to heal because they have a rune shield every 30 seconds. So I promise you, if they nerfed Charm, Enchanters are still going to be very strong. Like, that rune shield is actually really, really beneficial. It wouldn't be hugely popular because they're so used to having Charm. You take Charm out, or you just nerf it a lot, and people get used to not having Charm, they would see eventually. They would see. It's worse than that, though, because of opportunity costs. We have to choose water over air. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Nidiak. Like, the water The water stance was good, but it wasn't better than the air stance for monk DPS. Like, we only used water stance, I think, when we were fighting stuff that had like AoE damage, and it was doing like damage to everybody in the party. So we would just use the water stance on the monk to kind of top people off. Or if it had like a damage shield, you could use water stance to kind of negate the damage shield a little bit, because it would heal you back up. It wouldn't fix the problem, but it would help a little bit. I'm enjoying Chanter in beta, but I'm not gonna play it start at launch. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just too good right now. The clicky rune shield is crazy HP, but it also only lasts like 6 seconds. Yeah, but I mean, you got to think, if you spam it every 30 seconds, you use it, and it prevents a couple rounds of attacks. Like, these mobs are doing upwards of 100. Let's see how much damage these are doing. Just so we can see, right? Just so we can see the amount of damage it would prevent. Melee hit me. So let's see how much damage these mobs are doing to me with my current gear. So 113, 113, 76. So yeah, like in about 6 seconds, it would probably prevent, you know, a couple hundred damage that doesn't need to be healed. But on top of that, they'll have a pet that's still doing some damage. Now let's see how much damage. So we're going to take this off. And now we're going to put NPC damage, which is going to show you the Plagueborn Watchman. And, well, it's going to show you all the pets. But the Plagueborn Watchman is hitting this mob for 131. Look at that. 123, 139. See how much damage that thing's doing? It's insane. Absolutely bonkers damage. That's why, like we're talking about opportunity cost. Nidiak was talking about, or Nidiak was just talking about opportunity cost with the monk. That's the opportunity cost. That's what you're talking about. The reason we don't use, or people generally don't use Enchant Ally and a pet, is because to use Enchant Ally or a pet, you have to lose the opportunity cost of these 139 damage and 135 damage, 102 damage, 139. Like, it's just constantly, very consistently good damage. So you want to lose that and gain the other thing? Well, no, people don't want to do that. But if you didn't have that much damage, the other thing would look a lot better, and the other thing is still strong. Still very strong. You would go Enchanter if they remove Charm. We'll go Bard instead. Yeah, you just don't want to play. You don't want to play Charmer. You know, I don't know that I would want to play an Enchanter that is expected to charm. I wouldn't want to play any class, honestly, that is expected to charm in this game. It's annoying to do, but because it's so good, that's the problem. It's really strong, so you're expected to do it. Bard's getting to charm things above level 52 bothers me. Yeah, that was supposed to be changed and apparently wasn't changed properly. That's the issue with that, right? Like it was broken. Feel the same with Charm. It's so good that you have to use it. Yeah, it's 100%. It's so good you have to use it because nothing else compares. Everything else is just worse compared to it. But they could tone it down some and be like, okay, well, which one do you want to use? It could be a play style choice. I enjoy charming. You know, it's a little bit more beneficial, and I enjoy doing it. So I don't mind the annoyance of charming, right? And that, to me, is how it should be. Or you can just be like, you know what? It's too annoying to do. I don't want to deal with it. I'm just going to have a pet, and I'm going to enchant ally, and overall, that's good enough. You know, it might be 80% as effective as charm, but it's good enough. Right now, charm is just like 100% more effective than anything else. So if they knock that down quite a bit, then yeah, make it balance. Mostly just can't stomach playing the most popular class. Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the most popular class is Druid, which can charm. But yeah, Enchanter's like second most popular class at the moment. Are Elementalist pets comparable to charm mobs or just worse? They're just worse. Yeah, they used to be. Yeah, what Dragon is saying there. They used to be insanely good. Best tank, best DPS. They were very, very overpowered. And guess what happened then? Everyone used Elementalist pets. Like, everybody wanted to play Elementalist for a while. And it was just way, 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 way too overpowered. So they had to nerf it. Now Elementalists their pets are still good, but they're not overpowered. Yeah, I think that Elementalist pets could use a little bit more love. What I want to see for the Elementalist is more synergy between the Elementalist and their pet. And that would be really good. Back then, all pets were all pets were overpowered. Elementalists were just like even more so. But yeah, like for a while, all pets were basically equal to a charm pet. Now, it was really ridiculous. Anyone know the turnaround time when subbing for beta play to get an answer? So once a week, they send out emails. There you go. Because level difference means way too much. If your pet was like 3 levels above what it was attacking, it was straight immortal. Yeah. There was a time when pets were the best tanks in the game. They were basically taking 0 damage because you weren't able to hit. A mob was not able to hit a pet. It was just way too strong. So pets were like the immortal tanks, and they were doing decent damage. That's kind of where the Beastmaster pets are now. Beastmaster pets are very, very strong. Like they're very defensive. They're pretty strong offensively as well. Beastmaster pets are just they're probably a little overtuned at the moment. But we'll see what happens, how they're going to change that. We will see. We will see. How do you make macros? In-game macros. So on your command bar, which is this bar right here, this bar, on your command bar, you hit the macros button way down at the bottom of it. And that pops up this right here. Click on one of these squares. So whichever square you want. I'm going to delete these. And then you type in the macro below that. So you can type in any command you want. So if I click on this square here, and then I can name it whatever I want down here. I can change the icon using this right here. And then down here where it says macro ... you can put any command in the game in that macro. So cast commands, casting 1 through 0 or 1 through 10. You could do like a sit command. You could do a OOC command. You could any command you want in the game. As someone who plays Beastmaster, they do less damage than Necropets. Maybe tankier, but have not tested head-to-head. They're definitely stronger. There might be a bug to them that's causing it, but they're definitely stronger than Elemental or Necropets currently. Yvette's up. I could pull her with one we're ad right now. Well, no, I can't. Not anymore. No. Not that I saw. Can you macro? You can't macro to change equipment and gear. No, they don't have anything like that. They don't have any weight macros. It's just literally commands, in-game commands. / cast a spell, / sit, / attack on, whatever. Just the command. That's all you can do. You can have up to 5 commands in a list, and that's it. They're not very powerful macros. Not very powerful. I want a saddle. Well, she's walking really far away now, so. Gotta wait till she comes back. Anyway, check out the wizard cantrips. Is that the case? Pretty good spot. I don't know what the new wizard staff things are. I haven't heard about those. Anybody have some idea of how those work, and are they good? I absolutely believe that. I mean, he's said that. Like, he's basically said that. We have the same amount of HP with my rune shield active. Me and you do? No worries. Just love learning what I can from folks. Have been able to play. Yeah, absolutely. I love that people have questions, and, you know, I love the chat. I love that, you know, people working on trying to make the game better, and we all have different opinions, you know. If 1430 HP rune shield is 800 damage, so yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty dang good. You and the Enchanter are the same level. Played difference. Yeah, we're the same level. She's a little bit behind me, technically in level. Probably like one level behind, technically, because it's a hell level. And I was about halfway through, I think, when she hit 52. But similar played. She's got a little bit shorter played time. Like maybe a day less, like 24 hours less played time than I do, which would be about 10% less played time. No. You'd be wearing the shoulders. No, no sickle, no shoulders. That's what it looks like. I mean, they usually wear shoulders, but I don't know if those shoulders have a graphic. Well, even the leather ones you'll see too. Cloth, I don't know. But it may not have a graphic for skeletons, I don't know. Maybe, yeah. But yes, charm will definitely make that level gap bigger. But, you know, we've used charm in my groups as well, so. I don't know how much, she can probably answer for herself, but I don't know how much she soloed. See, I did not do much, solo or duo or solo. Mostly took a slow pace, so there you go. I bet you if she did a lot more soloing or duoing, she'd be higher level. Like using charm would have been probably higher level. You know, it's kind of same with me though. Like if I would have just been in a duo with just like me and Gith all the time, I'd probably be higher level as well. But we often group up. We have a static group. We prefer to play together, but it is worse to play together. Unfortunately, it's worse to play together. XP wise. Are duos the most optimal or trios? I mean, I would say that a duo is probably the best XP overall. Yes, the Verdant Mantle. Debating on Druid or Shaman. I'm Shaman main at heart. Shaman are going to be really good. They're already good. So like, Shaman can solo well. Well, not well. Like they're not great at it, but they can solo. But they're also going to be wanted in a group. They're probably the best group tank or group healer, just for like XP groups. They're also going to be wanted in raids. So Shaman are in a really good place. They basically fit everything. And they're going to be wanted for everything. So I would recommend playing a Shaman. You know, you don't have time to group up, go solo a little bit. It's not great soloing. It's not going to be like a Charm soloer or a Necromancer or anything like that. But it's doable. Some classes in this game are just straight up not doable solo. Like they're just not. Like a rogue or a fighter. Not good solos. Was curious if it's a huge difference. Was going to try Enchanter or Shaman this weekend. Both look like a lot of fun. Yeah, they're both good. Of course, grab the Legacy of Ashira. Server announcement. We'll be restarting Fallen Pass in 5 minutes. Oh my goodness. Isn't raid like, yes, grab all classes, the more the merrier kind of thing? Well, yes. But some classes are going to be more important for a raid than other classes. Having a Shaman is very important for a raid. Having one Shaman, one Enchanter, a couple of Clerics, you know, that kind of thing. You want to pull a little bit more or just wait 5 minutes? Okay, we'll kill a pet. You know, like certain classes you're going to want one or two of, and other classes you're going to want like a bunch of. Like right now, I would say you don't really need to have multiple rangers in a raid. You know, just as an example. Where I could have sent messages because I hit enter whenever my charm breaks. It's all good. Yeah, there's no set amount of players, Luxlani. So, like, that's another issue that I think they're going to run into is right now you can Zerg anything in this game. If you can't kill something, just grab a bunch more players. Probably kill it. I hope that they look into that because I don't really like Zerging, but you know, I want people to have the option to bring, you know, a good amount of people, but being able to Zerg something also feels really bad. I think I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna eat while we're waiting for servers. All right, make sure you tuck in this hole so we don't get ads. All right, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go eat. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Alrighty, what happened? Did the servers not go down? Did the servers not go down? What's going on? A what? How'd they do that? Like, how do you reset a server without getting us kicked out? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Alright, well. You guys ready? I can get Yvette +1. Oh, never mind. She came down and immediately turned around. Is there a third recommended stat for casters? Int Wisdom Con, and then... No, not really. Not really. There's, yeah, Int or Wisdom, whichever one, and then Stamina is always a good one, but then, yeah, nothing after that. Dex and agility for casters, you think? I mean, agility could be good for, you know, dodge chance or something. I can see that. Are those tertiary stats found on cloth caster gear typically? I mean, they can be. They did a lot with itemization recently, and I don't feel like they did a very good job with that. Like, itemization just kind of feels bad at the moment on a lot of things. But we haven't found some of the new changes, like updated gear since the alpha. So there could be some good stuff. Might want to... No, never mind. Might want to watch Yvette, though, because it looks like he's solo now. Nope, 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 nope. Never mind. Just stumbled upon Eminem. It's more or less polished than Pantheon, or similar. It's more polished than Pantheon, I would say. I went back to some caster drop only named, and they all have common plate drops now. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a super bummer. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't know why they added in... I mean, I guess... I mean, having common plate drops is a good thing because it allows tanks, since they are the most gear-dependent class, to have some gear. But it also means a lot of tank gear is now just going to be not as good because it's the common drops. So usually common gear is just not that good. Witch Lord Krugel. Some interesting and strange caster items. Killed 4 times and got plate shoulders on all 4. Yeah. Morally wrong to play a plate class and only DPS. In this game, yeah, you can't really. You can either tank or you could be a cleric in this game. If you're trying to, if you want to play a DPS, if you're trying to DPS as a plate class in this, you're playing the class wrong. Like, you're never going to be able to DPS as much as a DPS class. Like, ever. It's just not going to happen. Doesn't matter how you build it. Doesn't matter if you put like all strength gear on. They're not made to DPS. Yeah, I'm going to try to get to the Mystic if I can. Yeah, we gotta kill a lot of mobs to get to that Mystic. Wish DPS classes can solo like my Shadow Knight though. Melee, that is. Yeah. That's the thing, like, that's where I try to say, and a lot of people disagree, but that's why I try to say that grouping should be the best overall XP. Because otherwise, you're just going to have solo classes that are going to be the primary class that everybody plays. Because if they're the best XP solo, then they're just going to always play solo. Like, what incentive does a solo class have to group? Then you have classes that require a group. And then they're just sitting there going, okay, well, when do I get a group? Because all these solo classes are just soloing. Oh, I got 2. So, you know, it's, I don't know. It's a tough place. We're in a tough place. Like, that solo should be an option, sure. But harder mobs and gear upgrades. Too many tanks in this game. Well, that's the thing. You're saying too many tanks because there's 4 classes that can tank out of 18. But the problem is there's actually fewer people playing tanks. It's actually hard to find a tank. MMO solo should always be inferior content across the board. I agree. I don't know why so many of these MMOs these days are like focusing so much on the solo side of it and making sure, like, it just doesn't make sense. It feels bad. Feels really bad. There's always 2 tanks in your group? What? People are playing Shadow Knight to solo, yeah. A lot of them are. What 2 tanks do you have in your group? And why? That seems weird. Yeah, I mean, if you have one tank in your group, there's no reason to add a second. SK and Warrior works pretty well, but I agree, not optimal. Yeah, it's definitely not optimal. That's true, Ashira. Yeah, second tank could be a Enchanter survival tank for sure, but yeah, just bad. Do Beastmaster pets have a variety of stats? Some. No, not right now that I know of, DM Tip, but supposedly in the future, maybe, but not right now. Yeah, Scythe. I mean, does anybody want that? I think there's a subgroup of gamers out there that are introverted like myself. It's super rewarding to group, but it drains the social battery. Social is relaxing. Well, no, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. People hear me when I say, you know, group should be the best, but they for some reason disregard that I say solo should be an option. Like, soloing should absolutely be an option, and there should be classes that can solo and do it well. That doesn't mean that grouping should be the only way. Like, that's the weird thing about it. Like, I don't know. I don't. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know why people think that I say that, or they hear that when I say it. But yeah, I absolutely think that soloing should be an option. Like, you should be able to solo on some classes and do it okay. You know, absolutely. Random question, but can I mez more than one target with just mez? Yes. On an enchanter, yes. And on enchanter, bard, you know, on those classes, yeah. And inquisitor. On the necromancer, no. Necromancers can only mez one target at a time, it seems like. It doesn't say that in the description, but our necromancer can't charm more than one at a time. It breaks if you charm a second one. Would love 60% group, 40% soloing. Much prefer 2-mans to 3-mans for sure. Yeah, and I mean, you should be able to solo. You should be able to do smaller groups. You should be able to get a full group and all of them be viable. But I feel like the more people you have in your party should be better. It's more difficult to maintain 6 people in your party working together and doing stuff as a team than it is for less people in your party. It's just more difficult to do. It's more time consuming to get those people together, to get them all in the same place, to do this, you know, to pick content to do that all 6 players are happy and able to do. You know, like, it's just a lot more difficult. So why not give them a bonus? Are name mobs like elite mobs from other games typically need a group to take out, or otherwise more difficult? They are more difficult. They usually have more health, more AC, hit a little harder. Yes, they're usually more difficult. They're also usually No, we have not. It's way in the back. We usually have... They usually are higher level than the mobs around them. By like 1 or 2 levels. There's a WoW and 100 WoW clones out there if you really enjoy solo play. Yeah, exactly. That's how I look at it. There's so many games out there that give you that solo play. You can go try to pull it by itself right now. Yeah, we're just killing a little too slow. Well, he's never going to come this far is the problem. We're going to have to get him with another mob. Unless we kill faster. Solo should never be in line with group in my in MMO. Yeah. Single player games for a reason. I agree. That's my take on it. 6-mans feel like carrying sometimes. Probably 3 high APM players carry 3 less, plus 1 AFK. Yeah, a lot of times there's somebody that's AFKing in a 6-man. You know, there's just I don't know. It just feels bad. I'm gonna go try to pull him. He shouldn't. He should be fine. Yeah, the one inside the building. Yeah, he was fine. But yeah, anyway, I mean, that's just my opinion. Like, I know other people are going to have other opinions on it. There's people that are like, oh no, like, I want it to be solo. And there's a thing for solo. Solo in an MMO makes sense to some people. Because they're like, I want to be able to do my own thing in a world with other players. You know, like a multiplayer game, a single player game in a multiplayer world. And there's something to be said for that. You know, I think that's you know, a good thing to some extent. But, you know, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just don't see that. There's just a whole bunch of people that just don't see it. But, that, you know, that's the thing. That new EQ Legacy or whatever server that's coming out, they can all go play on that. All those solo people can just go play on that. Have fun, enjoy. I hope they have a blast. Hopefully that means that this game, you know, like, can continue to build a group-based game, and have more players that come to this. Because if you have other games, if you have a bunch of games out there that create group-based games, then you end up getting player-based split between all of them, you know? So... got 2. Literally go spend $15 on there. Is it Aaron Shore? Yeah, solo in an MMO with NPC players. Yeah, I that's what I say. Like, go. There's plenty of games out there for solo MMOs. I think. Like people should go play those. I appreciate the randomness and player interaction. Just can't play solo RPGs like Skyrim. You know, I thought Skyrim and that kind of game was a really good solo player, but feels kind of like an MMORPG because you have people running around doing things. You have things that you can interact with, and they're getting more and more and more advanced with that as time goes on. And that to me, like if I want to play a game where I am the hero, then I'll play one of those games, but feel like, you know, I'm still in a living, breathing world. But in a game like this, in an MMORPG, I'm not the hero. You know, we are the hero. You know, it's a group-based thing, and there isn't a singular person that is winning the day. And I don't know, something about that makes the game fun. Makes it way more fun than to me. Partial to Paladin? You like Paladin? Yeah? I was gonna play a Paladin for beta. I decided not to. So far, it seems my wife and friends want to go Ranger, Druid, Bard, and then Wizard. I'd probably want to play a tank. Particular, we would recommend for a Ranger, or Druid, and then Bard, and then Wizard. I would recommend them play a Druid, so you have a healer. But you know, any of the tanks are good in that situation. If you have a Bard, you probably don't necessarily need the Inquisitor, because you won't need really as much of the mezzes and stuff. But you still could go Inquisitor. You could really do any of the tanks with that group. The Shadow Knight, though, would add in Snare that you're kind of missing. Unless, well, if you go Ranger Druid, that would have Snare, so you don't need that. Bard is going to give you Haste. I mean, that group means that you could play literally anything. You would need a healer. So you could potentially go Paladin and then not have a healer for some content. Not a lot of content, but some content. You know, like, if you, as long as you can kill something without needing heals, which in low level works, high level not so much. Like, you're gonna need a heal while you're fighting something, usually. I'm thinking monk shaman or wizard or warrior shaman. Those are both very good duos, yeah. My wife wants to play druid, so hoping to box my setup as a trio. Be her first. If you're gonna do a trio, I would not recommend 2 healers. That's gonna be ultimately harder on you. I would recommend 1 healer, 1 tank, and then a DPS for a trio. And just make sure that you get as much utility as you can between those 3. Enchanter's good. I say that Enchanter or Bard should be your 4th character that you add to a party. You know, that's just a recommendation. It's not necessarily like a hard rule or anything. But you generally want to have a tank and a healer in any group. You can kind of sub like a monk for your tank if you do like a duo or trio, if you really want to, or maybe even a ranger in some cases, or maybe spellblade in some cases. But you generally want to have a tank, a healer, and then a DPS for your 3rd, and then on your 4th character, 4th person added, utility like an enchanter or bard is really good. And then you fill in the last 2 spots based on what your group is missing. So, for example, if you have, let's say, a fighter for tanking, a shaman for healing, a rogue for DPS, and then you add in an enchanter, well, what you're missing out of that is some sort of snare class. So then you would probably want to add in like a ranger for a snare, just as an example. Or you could add in necromancer for a snare. So you could add in a couple of different classes that way. That's what I would recommend. But you know, you can play whatever you want to play. Like, these are not hard, fast rules or anything. These are you know, just more kind of suggestions. Mez CC is probably better than Snare. It is. That's why I say for your 4th character, I would add in, you know, an enchanter or bard or something. And then for your 5th or 6th character, add in some of the whatever utility's missing. That's just my, like I said, it's a recommendation, you know. Take it or leave it. But you're definitely, for higher level content, you're going to want a tank. And you're going to need a healer for that tank. You may not need it for the first 20 or 30 levels, but by the time you start hitting level 40 or 50, you're not going to get away with not having a tank. Mobs just hit way too hard, and most classes won't be able to take the hits. So unless you're kiting, you're gonna struggle. I'm reading that SK Shaman and Bard is S tier. Is that accurate? SK and Shaman, yes. Bard depends on what. Bard in a group is not necessarily S tier. I think it needs a little bit of love on the group side, but on solo side, it is very good, yeah. Charm tanking works up until a certain point and level. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can use charm tanking, but you're going to hit a certain level and it's going to be like, it's going to fall off hard. And when it starts to fall off, it falls off like hard. And at some point, you're just going to be like, okay, well, now we can't do this anymore. We can't do any more content because we don't have a tank. You know? So, it depends on how far you want to get in the game with your duo, trio, whatever you have. What would be an S tier team comp for a 4-man group? Any tank, any healer, and then any DPS, and an enchanter. Really? That would be S tier. It just depends on, you know, you mix and match the healer and the tank, and then your DPS, depending on what you need. Like a Shadow Knight and a Shaman together is insanely powerful. Like, then you could just add in some DPS and you're good to go. Like, you don't need anything else. Fighter, Monk, Shaman, Enchanter. Yeah, Fighter, Monk, Shaman, Enchanter. That'd be a powerful four players for sure. I'd group with that. I mean, I'll group with anything. I can figure out how to make any group just about work, but we're S tier DPS classes at 50 right now. Right now, I would say Beastmaster's up there, Elementalist is up there, Archer. They're the highest. So like when you say S tier, I'm just assuming you mean the highest damage currently. You know, they're the highest currently. What is that thing? Glinting Scale of Nature. Oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, top DPS right now, I would say, are those. I mean, for burst damage, I would say that the Wizard is best burst damage in the game, but unfortunately, they're not good for XP groups because they're going to run out of mana very quickly. So you don't really want a Wizard in your XP group. A well-played Wizard is okay, but yeah. Sure, yeah, I would say those three. You know, Elementalist, whatever I said. Elementalist, Archer, and... Now, this is outside of Charm, right? And if you want to actually have the best DPS, you just get any Charm class that can charm the mobs that you're fighting. Best DPS in the game. Period. Like, it's the best DPS. Like, an Enchanter always, right now, is best DPS in any group. As long as they're charming. Tank, Druid specifically reports. Archer and Enchanter are probably the best. I mean, that's a pretty good team, yeah. It's a pretty solid team, I would say. But that's the thing about this game. It's not really about picking out the best. Right? It's not about picking out the best. It's more about picking out a team that functions well together. So, you want to make sure that you have certain things in your party. Crowd control, damage, tanking, healing, buffs, debuffs. You want to try to get as many of those things as you can with the fewest number of players or characters, right? So like utility is huge. Like having a ranger, for example, is pretty big because they bring a lot of utility to the party, so you can actually focus on other things. For example, you know, if you have a druid in your, or a ranger in your party, you have snare, you have a damage shield, you have trying to think of what else. Speed of the wild. You know, you have certain things that they bring to the party. So then you can kind of say, well, I don't need a druid anymore because I have things that a druid will bring. You know? So you kind of mix and match. But I would definitely recommend having any class that can have a sow, any class that has a snare, any class that has CC, if you have a melee focus group, any class that has haste. You know, those are all very, very good to have. You need to nerf that. Why would you ever take a wizard or elementalist if there's an enchanter with all that utility and CC? Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's why they need to nerf it. That's 100% why they need to nerf it. Now you just got to convince people that are like super on the charm side of things, why, and convince them that it's too strong. Do Beastmasters get snare? Don't remember. I don't believe Beastmasters get snare because they get things from the shaman tree, and shaman do not get a snare. So that's why if you have a shaman or a cleric in your party for healer, you need to have somebody else that has snare, which would be a ranger or Shadow Knight or Necromancer are kind of the best for snare. Now, a wizard can snare, but it's a short duration snare. It only lasts for 6 seconds. Crap. I got 2 plus the Muriel Braum. Ah, dang it. See if she can Mimbler it, maybe? Gam, let her Mimbler that Acolyte. We're gonna Mimbler it. We don't want to kill the Acolyte. Yeah, bring it out here somewhere. See if she can Mimbler it right there. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, she got it Mimblered. Just don't touch it. What level do mobs go from dropping corrupted copper gear to something better? Oh, the corroded? Like 15. I think it's like 1 to 15 is copper, and then 16 to 30 is something else, and then 31 to 45, and then 45 to 60 is the break points, I believe. Something around there. I miss when these used to drop mithril. I know, right? It's crazy when these things are drop mithril. Yeah, that's all on 60 plus stuff now. That was like some of the best gear in the game for a while. It's gone for right now. They might add it in for like the expeditions and stuff they're going to be adding. Yeah, it was Cobalt. Cobalt was above that, yeah. Yeah, Cobalt was level 60. Mithril was 50, but they removed the Cobalt completely. And now Mithril is level 60. Is every level past 50 a hell level? Yeah, 51 through 59 are all hell levels. Rusted Mithril will be better than crafted steel, I think. Maybe. It might be. I don't know. Honestly, have no clue. I mean, by that point, honestly, like by the time you have mithril weapons, you better not be using steel weapons anymore. You should be using some sort of, you know, dropped gear, right? If you're level 45 plus using steel weapons, yikes. Hey, what's going on, Asterian? How are you? EQL's apparently gonna let you select 3 classes at once, even though I know you aren't interested. What would be some crazy combos? Ooh, living the dream. You know, I'm trying to live the dream. Sometimes it's a nightmare. I don't know what the 3 class combos I always wanted to do if I did something like that would be like a necromancer, a magician, and then like a beast lord, and have 3 pets. Like do like a 3 pet class. But I think that like a necromancer, magician, and enchanter would probably end up being better, and having 2 pets plus the enchanter buffs for the mana regen and haste would be a lot of fun. Shaman, enchanter, bard. Dude, that would be so much like so much utility. That'd be ridiculous. Could be fun though, like trying all sorts of stuff like that out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But what if you went like paladin would be kind of a pointless class because you could just go warrior, cleric, and then anything else, you know? Like warrior, cleric, enchanter could be really good. Because then you would have the warrior, you know, being a really good tank, and then you would have cleric to heal them, and then all the enchanter buffs for both classes. It is kind of funny though that they sued the THJ server, won the lawsuit, and then created a THJ server. Necro Magician and Beastmaster for triple pet action. Yeah, that would be really cool, I think. Triple pets. Triple pet, triple threat. So funny they're pushing this out right now as Monster Memories is going live. Yeah. When is that server starting though? The THJ server or the whatever the EQ Legacy. The thing is, it's like it's not even going to compete with Monsters and Memories because, well, I mean it will compete on some front, but it's basically a solo MMO. It's starting in July. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. I think people will jump on Monsters and Memories. They're going to play it for a month. They're going to decide if they like it or not like it. I think people will go over to that EverQuest Legacy server and check it out in July. And then ultimately, they're going to decide which one they want to be on. You know, do they want to be on a solo-driven game, or do they want to be part of a larger community-driven game? EQ Legend is set up so that everything in the game is soloable. A big pass. Yeah, it's a huge pass for me. That's what we've kind of talked about. Italica is like, it's not what I want at all. Like, not even remotely close to what I want in a game. What I'm looking for is that group experience, that socializing experience. You'll probably play both. Yeah, I think that some people will try them both out. Some people are going to prefer one over the other. I mean, honestly, for my YouTube and Twitch content, I probably should play them both, you know, and try to spread out the, you know, get people from both sides. I mean, I should probably also play a Drulin Online, in all honesty, but I'm kind of setting myself up to be Monsters and Memories, like ride or die kind of thing. That's the boat that I've decided to jump on, and you know, If Monsters of Memory syncs, maybe my channel will sync with it. Maybe not. I thought the same thing about Pantheon, though. I was like, well, when Pantheon starts to fall apart, what are we going to do next? And then Monsters of Memories kind of came about, and I'm like, okay, well, let's just jump over to Monsters of Memories. It seems like the better game. And it kind of worked out this time. I've got an almost 30-year grudge against some EQ mobs that I need to take vengeance on. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I would just want to get, like, to Split Paw. Just get into Split Paw and destroy the whole zone. I'm wondering how that's going to play out, though. Like, if it's going to be a very soloable game, are people just going to be on top of each other? You know, trying to solo that content? Are the respawn timers going to be super fast? Like, I wonder what they're doing with all that. Because... yeah, basically. There's an official EverQuest server coming out called EverQuest Legacy. And it's basically going to be the hero's journey. Yeah, they sued them and then stole their idea, yeah. Yeah, the entire game is going to be, like, soloable with up to 8 player content. When you create your character, you create 3, you pick 3 classes. If you wanted to, yeah. Yep. That's 100% what they did. Yeah. There'll be instances. Okay. So the entire game's going to have instances? Oh, gosh. That's bad. Like, yeah, that's definitely not a game that I want to play. Well, it's a month later, but yeah, starting in July, apparently. Yeah. Yeah. But I also think that the people from P99 are being hired on to do that. Like the guy that runs P99, his name is Secrets, and apparently he is hired by them to make that server. Is that not true? P99 is a different guy, so I got that wrong? Okay, maybe I got that wrong. It was not. Secrets was Project Quorum. That's who's going over to do that. My bad. I was corrected. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I get them confused all the time. It's another P99 type server. It's just got some slight changes in the rules. Yeah, I think it goes farther than P99 goes to like Velius or something, and then I don't know. There's slight differences in them. But they're also hiring P99 staff as well. Okay, so apparently they're hiring P99 staff as well as Secrets from Project One. So, yeah, it's just going to be a hodgepodge of people that make emulators now just working for the actual company. Which, yeah. They also hiring P99 goes to Velius, Quorum goes to POP, yeah. The Legend server does decent. I would say the agreement contract P99 will be on the chopping block. Yeah, I'm wondering like what'll happen with that exactly. But also, you know, like how is that going to work out? There's got to be a conflict of interest there, right? Like I don't know what's going to happen with that. You know, is P99 going to go away? That right there is why the big reason why I don't like emulated servers. At any time, those people could just be like, I mean, technically, I guess if you have a company as well, at any time you can just be like, nope, we don't want to do this anymore. We're done. You know, companies have done the same thing. You know, New World is gone. And so, I mean, I guess really it doesn't matter anymore, does it? But that's generally why I don't play emulators. You know, emulators can be fun, but anyway. Yeah, they could do that too, Zenfar. They can make it where like P99 becomes an official server. Which would just be what? EQ Classic server, right? I was about to say New World is toast and Ashes of Creation. Yeah. So, yeah, at any point they could pull those. I mean, Ashes of Creation never really made it to a live game. But, yeah, New World definitely. You know, they pulled the plug on that. So, I guess, you know, anybody can pull the plug these days. You don't own anything anymore. Well, what's going to happen, like things like WoW servers? Aren't there a lot of WoW emulated servers? Not WoW, sorry. Aren't there a lot of, because there was that WoW turtle. But aren't there a lot of Ultima Online emulated servers and all that kind of stuff? So, who knows? Even the current gen runs the same risk. They can pull the plug whenever. Yeah, they kind of do. Are there really Final Fantasy XI private servers? I didn't know that. Ultima has a huge population. Yeah, Ultima has a lot of them. I think WoW Turtle was the only one that was big enough to where Blizzard cared. But I don't know. I disagree with emulators. You know, because, oh man, like, emulated servers are basically taking the ideas and it's literally taking everything from a company and making your own server out of it. You're literally stealing all of their assets and using them. And yeah, that's got to feel bad, you know? But I'm kind of in the boat with CohhCarnage on that. And he was basically like, you have all this money, you have this company that owns EverQuest, the rights to EverQuest. You could literally recreate EverQuest better, like in Unreal 5 or whatever. You could just make it better. And they chose not to do that and instead copy the hero's journey and release the hero's journey as EverQuest Legends. And I'm like, well, that seems kind of shady. Seems kind of a crappy thing to do. Like, I would much rather them just remake EverQuest. You know, if Monsters and Memories literally just remade EverQuest with better graphics, dude, that would be a huge hit. Huge hit. Like better graphics and made the quality of life, just made it run better and everything. But I like that there's Monsters and Memories because I don't want to play EverQuest again because I kind of played and I solved EverQuest. I can go look on Alakazam or whatever and I can, what is this NPC drop? What is, where do I get this item? How do I do this quest? You've solved everything. There's no secrets anymore. So I kind of like Monsters and Memories because there's those secrets. There's a lot of things that we haven't solved. And you can now build Monsters and Memories in a different direction. That's going to be the big thing, I think, for this game, is not necessarily that it's different now, but it could be different in the future. Like, what if EverQuest didn't go the direction they did, starting at Velius, or starting at like Luckland and Plains of Power and going in that direction? What if they decided to go a different direction with EverQuest and focused on different mechanics, different gameplay, you know, and that kind of thing? So that's what I think Monsters Memories could be, is saying, hey, we're not going to focus on the raid aspect as much. We're going to have the raids there to do, but it's not going to be the main focus, which it became the main focus in like Plains of Power. Really, you know? Like Plains of Power was pretty much, was it not like 90% raids, if not all raids? Daybreak can't even fix basic bugs? Well, yeah, because I feel like Daybreak's not even a game development company. Have they ever made their own game? Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't looked at it. So have they ever actually made a game? Or do they just acquire games and continue to run them? The only emulated I fool with anymore are the ones that are games that are no longer live. Yeah, I agree with that. Was the reason we got an official WoW Classic. Okay. Blizzard can't even touch Turtle WoW, to be honest, as it's run from Russia. Is it really? That's funny. H1Z1? Did they make H1Z1? So, anyway, I don't know. I like that. You know, that's what I like about Monsters and Memories, is that they're making their own game. And they're saying, hey, this is based on what we loved about original EverQuest, but we are going to see if we can do things differently, you know? As the game progresses and gets bigger, can we do things differently? One of the first, if not the first, battle royales. Yeah, H1Z1. I know of the game. I just didn't realize that that Daybreak actually made it. A whole new pile of lore to discover and learn. Yeah, that's what I love about it. All the new lore, the new quests. I had so much fun. Like yesterday, we were at a different camp, camping something, and I had so much fun trying to figure out that camp, and trying to figure out like if there's a quest attached to it and what the quest is. And we were, you know, people in chat, we were all chatting about it, trying to figure it out and come up with ideas and things to try. That is what draws me to Monsters and Memories. You know? But yeah, it does seem like Daybreak wants to, they want to go the casual route with MMOs. Like what you said with H1Z1. You know, H1Z1, they created a game, Battle Royale style game. They had a lot of people, 150,000 people at their peak. And then in a month, they just kind of catered it to the casual player, and then it died off. And it's like, you got to know your audience. You know, I think that a game like Monsters and Memories, it's going to have some casual players, but it's also going to have people that say that they're casual, but they're not really casual. They're actually pretty hardcore gamers. They're going to want to log in every day. They're going to chat with their friends. They're going to hang out in the inns and in the tavern, and you know, they want to have that social experience. Because like Dragon was saying earlier, she was saying that, you know, she's a hardcore introvert, you know, super introverted person. But introverts can have a lot of fun in a game like this. They can bring their inner extrovert out. I know that sounds weird, but an introvert has probably some inner extrovert inside of them. They just don't really bring it out in public. But something that I learned from Dragon Con, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Dragon Con. It's a big convention in Atlanta. But Dragon Con is where all those introverts go every year for like 5 days, and their inner extrovert comes out. You see people that are like, wow, you are so much an introvert in life, because they don't fit in on what people would call normal society. And when they are around other like-minded individuals, they feel welcome and they feel comfortable, and they you know, they can be themselves without feeling, you know, like ridiculed or whatever. I don't know. So like I that's why I love going to Dragon Con, because it allows people to do that. It allows people to bring that inner extrovert out. So I think it's great. Anyway, sorry. I kind of went on a little tangent there for a second. Go look at Z1 Battle Royale and Steam charts. The numbers speak for themselves. It's sad because it's such a unique and fun game. Yeah. You're casual? No, you're not casual. That's the thing. That's the thing. You're not a casual player. You think you're a casual player. You may not be as hardcore as some hardcore players, but I don't think you're casual. Look at you. You're level 52 enchanter. You know, in 3 weeks you have 10 days out of 3 weeks. 3 weeks is 21 days. 10 of those days you've been playing this game. Half of your days in the last 3 weeks. And I'm assuming you're sleeping for some of that, right? So like, you know, you're not a casual player. Hardcore player, but limited playtime. That probably describes me. Yeah. Star Wars Galaxies did tavern play better than anyone. Yeah, see, I want to see stuff like that again. Hey, what's up, ZBrush? How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a wonderful day. You know, WoW got it backwards when they said, you think you know what you want, but you don't. You know what you want, and we need to make it challenging. Yeah, I mean, WoW got it right and wrong, I think, in some ways. Like, somebody with WoW, one of their designers or devs or whatever, said something to the effect, well, let me back up a little bit. Somebody said that WoW should make an OG World of Warcraft classic. Like, without the quality of life that they have now, without all the things they have now. Original OG, how it was back in 2004 when it launched. Which they have never done, by the way. People say that they have. They have never done that. Because now, WoW Classic still has a lot of the quality of life, a lot of the changes that have happened over the past 20 plus years. The add-ons are available on those OG servers, or the WoW Classic servers. So there is no true WoW Classic. And I believe... Hang on. I'm going to try to pull a vet. And I believe one of the devs said, you want that. You think you want that, but you don't want that. Might get an ad. Yes, ad. But I think that there's a little truth in that and a little non-truth in that. I think that we want a WoW Classic, right? We want a WoW Classic like that, but you gotta have some of that quality of life these days. There's a mixture, you know. And I think Monsters and Memories kind of does some of that. I think it needs a little bit more quality of life, but I think it's gonna do fine without it. Anyway. Doing a bunch of exporting. Nice. I'm not a very social person, but I can socialize when need to, and the big conventions are super nice to go to. Love doing gaming conventions and card trading shows. Yeah, exactly, Duty. Like, I am very much an extrovert now in my life, but there was a time in my life where I was not an extrovert. You know? I was very much an introvert. But now, like, I mean, I guess I was very fortunate. I was always an introvert that was in a family of extroverts. So I never had I could never be an introvert, right? I was always not forced to, I don't want to use that, but I was always encouraged to be more of an extrovert. And I learned how to do that. You know, I can talk to anybody just about anything and hold a conversation. But, you know, I would not consider myself normal in today's society. You know, like I love video games. I like anime. I'm not a huge fan of anime, but I enjoy anime. You know, I like trading card games. I like Pokemon. I like, you know, Magic the Gathering, and those aren't normal. You know, they're normalized, but they are not normal. You know, I can't go up to somebody and be like, "Hey, you heard of this game, Monsters and Memories?" Most people would be like, "What the heck are you talking about? Dude, get away from me." You know? But yeah. I remember that, the Blizzard release statement. We are never going to release a Classic server. Yeah, then Classic was bigger than retail. Yeah. Posted the first half of the elf hair and the art update Discord. Nice. So the elven hair is coming out, huh? I'm excited, ZBrush. I'm excited. I'm not going to play an elf, but, you know, I get to look at them. Wait, does anybody want that sickle? Somebody loot it. It's right here. You get it? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't think it can be disenchanted. I mean, I could try, but I don't think it can be, so. Might as well give it to somebody. Ashir is the best race? You think so? I don't know. There's some people out there that think goblins and gnomes and halflings, man, they defend those small races. Whew. They really defend those small races. I've seen a few versions and dipped back in about 12 years ago. Didn't have as many friends playing, so it's probably made up. Special to me. Excited to try Monster Memories, a new guild group of friends. Yeah, absolutely, Deep Space. I wish you luck with that. Goblin best in slot? You think so, Overbit? I don't know, man. I don't know. I like the goblins, though. I don't have anything against goblins. Somewhere between Howling and Ogre. What? I do too, yeah. Nah, he just said that he's dealing with stuff. Didn't give much details. I hope everything's alright. Yeah. I found a good group last playtest. You're going to level with this weekend? Awesome. Yeah. Like, what I want to do with this channel, aside from some of the other things I want to do with it, but partly what I want to do with this channel, and I've made these emotes. Like, you guys use these emotes. Hang on. Like, I made those emotes specifically for this game. So you could do, like, you know, LFG tank. Like, I want you guys to, you know, group up together, find friends that are similar play style to you. If you're a super hardcore player, you know, play together. If you're a super casual player, find people that play similarly to you, and group up. You know, find your people, I guess is the what I'm trying to say. You know, because we all have our people. Necro Healer LFG? Yeah. That doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Although Necro is technically a support class. People don't realize that, but it is a support class. They like to put it in the DPS category. Summon life stones. Beg to differ. Those life stones are strong, but aren't they like 5-minute cooldown to use a life stone? I think it is. You can only get one big heal every 5 minutes. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second after this. I need to check in to see if I'm helping Mom with the garage. I may have to go. I told Mom that I would help her out cleaning out or moving some stuff in the garage. I'm here at my mom's house for the rest of this week. I'll be going home on Friday. All right, be right back a second. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see if I'm helping her. I think I am. So I may have to just end the stream here for the today, but we'll be back on tomorrow. I'll let you know here in just a second. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. I am going to help her out with cleaning up the garage, I should say. So anyway, I appreciate everybody chatting today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I will be back on in the morning. Around 9 a.m. Eastern. That's when I stream, and that'll be Wednesday. So we're going to be streaming Wednesday this week and Thursday this week. And then I will be off probably through the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will most likely be off. I might stream some Pokemon, the new Pokemon game with my son when I go home this weekend. So we'll have to see. But I appreciate everybody being here. I will see you in the morning. Take care, and I will see you next time. Bye.